All right, boys, we peace walking. Right, back with this guy. Let's see what's going on. Let's take a second to get my bearings here. Taking over doing Peace Walker save. This dog was looking at all the little lines these guys have. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but the way that they did it is that they had every single person, or at least they had multiple people in development, write something down for these guys to say here. So like even if they're not, writers, or that wasn't their role specifically, they just had everybody contribute so that it would genuinely feel like it's a bunch of different people, like talking about different things. It wasn't just one person writing all of these. They got that feeling that it would be diverse that way by having everybody write something silly in here. Well, I've earned my check. Time for a nap. I got a wife and daughter back in my home country. Gotta work hard so they can eat. Poor guy, I hope he makes it out. Yep. Now we're just logged into the same PSN account so that the saves are signed with the same account, so it doesn't bitch at you about trophies or something when you try to save over it. And we just upload it through Discord. Put a USB drive in the computer, and then reverse the process on the other end. Alright, let's see, what do we have here? Sorry, 2025, thank you for the 19 months. We're developing Twin Barrel. Sure, why not? Fulton Analyzer. Okay. Check the settings. Turn that off. You can't quite access all the same settings you do in gameplay here. Okay, maybe we'll mess around with it during gameplay. Yes, viewers, certainly. We ship the PS3 back and forth. Alright, and we'll check out the tapes here. Even these little side ops, each of the target practice missions and some of the more unique side ops, they're not just thrown there with nothing. Yeah, they still have context to them. They have tapes unique to them, some dialogue, some calls when you actually do the mission. Oh, we have all the Amanda tapes still. Okay. So we're about to get Chico, but we still have some Amanda tapes. We still have all these Kaz tapes. Okay, why don't we get through these Amanda tapes first? Yeah, Peace Walkers made with an extreme amount of care and love and attention to detail and just sheer amount of content, soul, as some people would put it. It really shows. It's incredible what they did for a PSP game. Alright, let's get through these.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees.
Yo, Baze with the raid. What's up? Welcome in, everybody. What were you up to? Thank you for the raid.
General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside.
Max Payne 2, nice. I'm playing Max Payne way back in the day. I don't know if I ever played 2 though. Well, one of these days we'll take another break from Metal Gear and go through a bunch of other games that I've been looking at.
It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to
Oh,
change
they're making
things.
them. Nice.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it.
What's up, Heaven's Door?
The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza.
Yeah, I know there's an Armstead logo on the tapes. I have no idea why. If that's even what it's supposed to be. It certainly looks very similar.
We
Uh,
are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
it's got something
To
to do
you,
with
maybe.
apes.
To us, he's more like a real father.
That
It would
why
be a
you
time
named yourselves
paradox
after him.
if it was
Of
18.
course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah. The Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate.
I'm wondering if it's just some broadcasting or sound related icon, maybe even like a real life icon that the tapes had at the time. I don't know. Also, like, what is the deal with the type of tape? Because it says insert this direction at the top, right? Like that's not a regular cassette tape with, you know, the spinny things in the middle and being open on the side instead. What is insert this direction? Is there like a certain format of tape that we're looking at here? Because it doesn't look anything like your regular cassette tape that would have like the sides open, you know, with the magnetic tape on it. Instead it says insert up direction. So I don't know about all the formats and stuff. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring
an
order.
8-track tape.
The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
I'm looking at it in Google Images right now. That's definitely way closer to what it looks like. It's like a vertical tape instead of horizontal. Which is weird because they definitely use a regular format in the cutscene. You know, when Zadornov shows him the tape and the tape, the Walkman and everything. Like, I don't know. I was hoping to maybe find one of these logos in a real live tape. I don't know. Maybe it's just a little reference.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
I wish we got to see the conversation where Kaz tells him that. Unfortunately, it's not there.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward.
I don't think Armstech would even exist in the 70s. That's the thing, though. They could have picked so many other things, maybe hexagons or something, to symbolize that the Patriots have access to this in some form. I don't know. Master R50 with 106 months. Damn, thank you so much.
I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
It reminds me of that call where the snake or Kaz says, "We're not warmongers. And yet we can't exist in a world that's at peace." Maybe we need a Metal Gear, you know, just in case. But we're not warmongers. Just because everybody else has a Metal Gear or everybody else has nukes, what could go wrong? We'll just make one.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre Nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet.
And Kaz also saying, without war would be SOL. One of his early tapes. I think we already played that. Would be shit out of luck without war.
Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No, just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America. Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
he is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay, and I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, For an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Alright, fucking Chico.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's gonna be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear ya. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Let's see what else we have here about this mission.
Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
Let's see. Have we been doing all the location tapes with Paz? Oh, there's still all this stuff here too. Okay. Okay, these are done. Okay, I guess we'll keep these going then. Okay. Usually either do all of them or
The
none of
river
them.
running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade. Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake. There is a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end. Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
You know the thing that Liquid was talking about in MGS1? Signs of symmetry. Okay, let's do this. Then we have EPM. Let's put the Fulton in the first slot here. Ration. Rocks. We need any of these other stuff here. Stun grenade. Smoke. Okay, nice. So we have smoke grenades already. But let's just get the default ammo here.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Right.
they're using that village as a prison now.
I usually get some of these tools. It won't matter much because we'll switch to save when it's time to develop stuff.
The basin ahead leaves you completely exposed to sniper fire. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, there's a guy practicing his SVD reloads here.
We gotta save Chico Snake. It's to our benefit, you know.
Is it though?
Sniper, better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
Surely nothing will happen if you rescue Chico.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
But this guy just has a bunch of magazines with 1 round each or something. He keeps doing reloads. Shoots 1 round and reloads. Also, when he misses, that's when he does a gasp sound. But, missed. Yeah, I missed. But if he gets spotted and he starts shooting you, he will start using the whole magazine or something. So he really is just practicing. He's also an S rank intel guy, but we cannot get him up there. You can't get him until you get the Fulton mines or the Fulton launcher. We're playing on PS3. Which,
Fulton recovery
other than
helicopter is complete.
PSP or emulation, is just the only way to play this game. As being a nerd about the train tracks here.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training.
Those tracks used to transport coffee. Those tracks used to...
Boss, please. You have to
Or maybe
help
he doesn't
Chico.
do it the first time.
Please, Snake! Help Chico! Those tracks used to transport coffee. Those tracks used to...
Come on.
Railroads in
There
Costa
you go.
Rica use 1067mm gauge tracks. The same as Japan.
Okay.
Those tracks used to transport
We'll see
coffee.
later in the tapes with the seal that Kaz is a train nerd. Lee. Of course, there is no PS5. Peace Walker. And even if there was, it probably fucks something up in it anyway, so. You either emulate
Chico's in
PSP or
one of these
PS3 or
houses. You've got to find him,
play on
Snake.
those things, that's all. It's one of the games that, you know, there's discussion floating around and the giant meme of the Master Collection Volume 2. I'll believe it when I see it. But theoretically speaking, yeah, if there is a Volume 2, they better have Peace Walker in it.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Who knows if they're gonna have the online stuff. One of these days I gotta try emulating HD Collection on PS3 emulator. I wonder some of those issues that we have on PS3, like the audio balancing, audio mixing, and the loading time for coded calls.
Supposedly the house is being used to
I
hold
wonder how
prisoners
those
and
play
then
in
fitted with
emulator.
blue doors. Check inside a house by pressing the action button in front of the door.
But at that point, you might just emulate the PS2 version. But then you're going down the rabbit hole of emulation.
Not this one.
Please, Nick, be careful. Remember, Chico's life is at stake.
To check inside the house. Check inside the house.
To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house by pressing the action button in front of the door.
Yeah, but the PSP version of this game runs at 20 FPS. Then you have to start fucking with 60 FPS patches, which messes with the timing of things. So, there is no correct answer. It's just pick your poison. Although for Peace Walker specifically, it's really not that bad on PS3. We have basically everything we need except very, very minor things missing from the PSP edition. For the other games, you got things like the UI doesn't scale well with higher resolutions, so widescreen patches can mess with stability, and you also have things like seeing off screen things that you're not supposed to see, the UI not scaling, there is no ultimate way of doing it unless you just resign yourself to I guess not having widescreen, not having the UI be crisp. MGS3 is also 30 FPS on PS2, and again there's 60 FPS patches for emulation, but they all come with their issues and potential instability. I'm good on PS3. I'll just, it's been the most reliable thing, which is what we want for marathons especially. This PS3 has seen hell and back, and it's just still kicking. Is it just a dude sleeping in here?
Not this one.
If you stand outside of these doors, you can kind of tell what's going on. There's sounds you can hear. This one might be empty. There's an empty one. These doors change every time you start this mission too, so it's random.
Chico.
Oh, I didn't hear him whimpering. Maybe I didn't wait long enough, or I didn't turn the camera enough. The correct one, you can usually hear him whimpering a little bit outside.
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that just... Can I see it?
It would be insulting if they didn't include Peace Walker.
Can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Volume 2, potential. Volume 2.
Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? Any cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
You can have an AK-47 though.
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
A spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes?
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa,
Chico, look at the photos.
mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
All scenes, maybe in the whole game. It's pretty good. We got those lines that later Skullface repeats. Yeah, growing up means choosing how you're going to live your life. Pain gets the better of us all. What does that mean? Maybe Skullface is lurking in the background the whole time. Now it doesn't fucking mean anything. Okay, the one time we don't even really recruit him. We're saving him because the Sandinistas already got him involved, you know? It's not even Big Boss recruiting child soldiers at this point. He's just... It's Amanda, really. But we do see him later with an AK shooting stuff in a cutscene.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before. What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right? Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake. Snake, weapons and items development is going nowhere fast. Send us some more soldiers with the Fulton. Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations.
All the new guys being Chico.
That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
He doesn't always have that call there. He's complaining that development isn't going fast enough or something. I wonder what exactly you need to have by this point. You don't really need any of this stuff, but I don't usually get that call. Maybe just the amount of people Fultoned or something, I don't know. And as soon as we get Chico, that's when the intel team becomes available. If we auto-assign, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be him. Yeah, there you go. We just rescued him, we'll just send him back out to scout for intel. When I grow up, I want to be a hunter with sniper rifle and tits, you know? We'll need this D4. Need that. I don't know why dogs started developing this thing. Let's just get rid of it. Amanda's still in sick bay. I think eventually she gets healed even if you take her out. Usually if you take somebody who's injured out of sick bay, they die after a couple missions, but Amanda's unique. She's a unique character, she can't die, so... To the kitchen. And now we can make Doritos. Coincidence? I think not. These are actual Doritos in the Japanese version of Peace Walker. But they couldn't get the licenses, I guess, outside of Japan for a bunch of all these real-life brands that they had in the Japanese version. There's basically every Dorito, every magazine, and the drink, their Pepsis, Mountain Dews. There's Axe body spray. There's just a bunch of real life brands, but that was only in Japan. Alright. Hey, come here, thank you for 20 months. I wonder if maybe that's why Kaz was complaining, because I usually do that before he has a chance to say something. Anyway, now that we got Chico, we'll do Chico tapes, everybody's favorite. Later he has a bunch of stuff about the Monster Hunter part of this game. In fact, you have to listen to Chico's tapes to unlock all that stuff. But, well, that's way later in the game anyway. We'll switch to save by then.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake. Snake, legend has it, a place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo.
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? Ah, that makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know. Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
okay. Have you ever heard, "Shoot, coward. You're only going to kill a man"?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Death Boppo, thank you for the prime sub. Glad you enjoying the stream. Yeah, at this point, I think the broken Spanish is just a trope, you know? They probably do it on purpose. There's no way they couldn't bother how to figure out how to pronounce certain things with the right accent or find somebody who actually speaks Spanish. Nah, they probably just do it on purpose at this point.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Then again, the English
Sorry.
team is
Guess I
limited
misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that
in
colibri.
resources, so maybe.
Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
There wasn't a single person around that knew to say colibri instead of colibri. Okay. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. That reminds me of the story, actually, that the Peace Walker development team was actively fighting for resources with the Metal Gear Solid Rising development team at the time. You know, the two games were announced together. They're being worked on at the same time. Of course, we all know how that ended, but they were kind of fighting over resources at the time. I don't know if you guys remember that website, the Konami website, where they would have the announcement and the animated page with the storm going on in the background, and it would change between Raided and Big Boss. You would see them side by side, and it would change those those high quality renders of the original Rising, Raided, and Big Boss from Peace Walker. Maybe there's still some videos of it out there. I remember people were like, "What the fuck does Raiden have to do with Big Boss, man? What's going on?" Little did we know there was two games, one of which would go nowhere, unfortunately.
Hey, Snake, are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think
It's
of something.
unfortunate it
Anything
wasn't
you need,
preserved.
boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Let's see. It might be lost. If there's any videos of it out there anymore. Kind of hard to look up now, because if you try Googling or looking up on YouTube Rising and Peace Walker, you just get Rising and Peace Walker shit. Let's see. Kind of curious, actually. It might actually be Lost Media. Of course, Metal Gear Rising is polluting the search results of Metal Gear Solid Rising. Ah, fuck this. Minus Revengeance. Awesome brand, 122 mods, thank you. Garbage duty. Oh, maybe that's a good person to ask. Awesome brand. You know what I'm talking about, right? The website with Rising, Solid Rising, Raiden, and Big Boss that they made back in the day. Do you know if there's any way to still look at it, or at least a recording of it? I don't know the URL, so the Wayback Machine wouldn't help. And then it was all animated and shit, so maybe you can't just take a snapshot of it. I don't know. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool thing to show. I should really save a video of it if I find it. What am I doing?
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
That must have been, what, maybe 2009, early 2010.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. But there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes, it is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village. But I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
Alright, yeah, don't worry about it.
Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irazu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields. and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal Aroma Encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's Boxy with the tier 3, 32 mods. Thank you, good to see you. After this marathon, we'll talk. You figure out the best way to reach me, that is, while I'm streaming. We gotta figure some things out soon with Boxy.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it...
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm
still
surprised the
looking for
construction
you.
money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did. But the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh,
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
I genuinely cannot find it. I can find some early Rising stuff, but nothing that has it with the Peace Walker early Big Boss render. It's kind of sad if it's gone. Who put gameplay in my tapes? Oh my god, Wesker. You found it. Wesker, you've been... Suddenly, Wesker appears again. What a Giga Chad. And finding the thing I was talking about.
To get to the coffee factory, you'll first
Nice.
need to backtrack to the fork in the road.
I mean, it's a start. What an obnoxious watermark on it. And it's not even in widescreen, but it is what it is. There it is. Yep. Cool. I wonder if there's... Yeah, there's 4 whole minutes of it. Yeah, every once in a while I would flash images, Big Boss on one side and Raiden on the other side. Is like, what the fuck is going on? And there was a countdown, that's right. 255. It should have both at some point, right? I'm pretty sure there was a screenshot of them both side by side as well. They kept using that big boss render for a lot of other stuff after, and then the Raiden one, of course, changed with Solid Rising getting flushed down the toilet. There's different different color, different eye color for Raiden. Nice. Okay, so we have it in some form at least, with a obnoxious watermark on it. It's a French channel too. Damn. And maybe we can reverse image search from this, find another one. But good. I'm gonna keep this. Thank you, Wesker. That helps a lot. That's what I was talking about. See, I'm not crazy. It existed. What year was it? What was the countdown to? Number 3. Flash at 241. Oh, yeah. I wonder what that's about. That's wild. I guess Wesker's lurking here, usually, but comes out in times of need. Thank you.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Why am I Fultoning these assholes? I wonder what happened at the end of the countdown there. Because Rising certainly didn't release. Was it just a countdown to Peace Walker's release, maybe? Now Wesker can lurk for another 5 years. Until I ask something obscure. Nice. Rising HD Collection and oh, MGS 3DS. Was that also around that time? That was 2012, I think. So maybe.
We'll keep it here at the base.
Was it really advertising 3 games instead of 2, or teasing
Recovery helicopter is complete.
3 games instead of 2? Maybe that's what the 3 is. MGS 3DS. Shoot him in the ass.
The rail terminal should be in El Cadalso.
The train terminal is beyond the coffee plantation.
That cargo bound for the rail terminal in El Caldalso. It has to be.
The train terminal is...
The way Paz and Chico said the same thing there, completely differently.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
I will have to make you a cup of coffee next time I see you, Snake.
Why didn't she just poison him? If she really wanted to kill him. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Instead of stealing Zeke and making a huge fucking mess of it all, just put something in his coffee. I mean, she didn't really want to do it, but she ended up trying to do it anyway, so I don't know. Or all the other times they're cooking on Mother Viz.
Looks like that's all of it. Thanks again.
The rail
Stupid.
terminal should be in El Cadalso.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Ah, yeah, he would just use a QRMA. Where did that come from? Nobody played the sound. Viewer, what are you doing? Nobody played the sound effect, right? I think viewer just played that manually. What? Okay. Sure. Sure you did.
Stupid.
Looks like we're just in time.
Oh, the M16,
Neutralize all
that's
enemies
right.
and secure the train.
He's probably the best guy here. You just get a few seconds here in case you want to Fulton these guys. I should move on.
Check out the cargo.
Notes. Good move. Yeah, I could find some articles of it, but not the actual animation. May 26, 2009. Big Boss and Raiden appear on Kojima teaser site. Fuck it, we'll look for it later. That one's already pretty good. How old is Snake? 39. Because they had to retcon his age to match Che Guevara's. Just so we could have that one line where what's his face says it. Although if you dig deep enough at the time of MGS3, you might already find something in some external source material that's not in the game, but somewhat official. Because apparently people already figured out a Big Boss was 28 or 29 in MGS3. So this is 10 years later and he's 39. I'll take the M60. Bang. Well, then you should have built your first mother base already by now.
Snake, that's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get up.
It could very well comprehend. You should be able to easily destroy the tank then.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
Don't forget about that gun, huh?
or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
The biggest Olge moment is gonna be when inevitably I'll still be playing MGS4, probably on PS3, when I'm 42, like Snake, in that game. That's when it's really gonna hit. Playing MGS4 at old Snake's age. There's 1911. Okay. They probably still won't have a fucking volume 2 of MGS4 out by then.
You don't have any supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
back
yeah,
and
yeah.
reorganize things first.
These story vehicle battles are pretty cute. They only give you a little sample of what could be. Very simple, barely any reinforcements. Just enough for the Fultons you have.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Yes, get in here.
Somebody's here.
Smoke grenades are like meta, most OP thing in the game.
Somebody's here.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Like how they have this animation for the smoke when they're on the ground. You can't Fulton them while they do that. There are certain other games with Fultons and smoke grenades does that. There's one guy here the whole time.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh no. Oh, he's so close to death, he doesn't even know it. Okay. He survived.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Okay, an asshole.
That takes care of their
They
leader.
didn't even get to shoot
Recover
me.
him and it's mission complete.
Another bizarre thing about Peace Walker is that HD edition of Peace Walker is that the disc version is 720p, but the digital version is 1080p. that's the superior way. Not that it matters much, but yeah. Let me see that link. Yeah, that's what it is.
Snake, the truck
Maybe
is
the
headed
whole
up the
thing
mountain
just
road
wasn't
past the tunnel.
wide. It
So
was just
was
square.
Nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But,
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
all right, I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Moist nuggets, spicy curry, waiting room. What the hell is a raccoon dog? What? Honestly, some of these names I have no idea. Most of them are like fish or birds with obscure names. Ovenbird. Legendary Taste Spicy Curry. Legendary Taste Series. Ready to eat instant curry developed by the Lab Boys at MSF's research section. Prepared with meat, vegetables, and other ingredients cooked in spices, curry dish is an original Indian cuisine that made its way to the UK. With its spices acting as preservatives and ingredients to provide balanced nutrition, curry was adopted by the British Navy as military food. In the early 20th century, Japan developed curry as a ration for their navy. When soldiers returned home from war, curry gradually found its way into Japanese household. Currently, curry is adopted by Japan's self-defense force and Kaz Miller's favorite dish. MSF has developed curry as a ration that can easily be carried, preserved, and specially manufactured. Fuck, I missed like literally the last word. The Lab Boys probably said something like pouches or something at the end. It's Miller's favorite dish, of course. That does look really good. Fuck, now I gotta get some curry. Why did I look at it? I know, they do a great job selling it. Let's take a minute here to do some of the tapes I missed. There's still quite a few. Miller tapes, Past tapes. Yep. And then all the Che Guevara stuff here. Okay. We'll do these. 'Cause as soon as you find Amanda, since she mentions him, they start talking about him here. Okay, let's do all these. Get comfy.
They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
Oh, that's the tape I was talking about.
You got a point.
I thought Dog would have played already.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting it risks becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
Viewer, are you hearing this? Miller clearly saying lol in this. Maybe we could do something with that. Tlatelolco. I don't know. Maybe.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, No coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy.
The audio
Even if the
clip
Civil
reminds-
Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied.
12, huh?
They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've
No
got
way.
to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
So you're telling me Che Guevara was running on the Fox engine? Coincidence? I think not. Ah, they only had 12 guys. Why is that the magic number? Oh shit. It's been a while since we've done all those shenanigans. I specifically avoided Phantom Pain for a while because of that, but it's about time again.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions, too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Huh, sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Another Phantom Pain reference. I'll just leave it at that. Let's
The
continue.
year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
Since he was there to discuss economic issues,
Go up and box
Hiroshima
you right
wasn't
now.
part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently, it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Or Snake also uses that as a sling in MGS3 when the boss breaks his arm, so maybe they were already referencing things back there. And he's probably too ashamed to tell Kaz how he really got it. And I guess we want to do these. Got some more Kaz tapes, I think.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time. But America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution, too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
I
Sorry, but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks.
Nick just casually resolving the whole gun debate here in a few sentences.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there's a dry season have tropical dry forests.
What's going on with the... How do I do my taxes before 12 a.m.? Upgrade should probably... I mean, it's actually not fun this time of year. Let me see what you guys are talking about here. What? Okay. Yep. Fucking getting bled to death every year.
The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
How does he know about Code Talker already? Time Paradox. Wait, what? I think he also references Sigint. Just constant...
Areas with a
Him
distinct
just
dry
3
season,
references.
like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves.
At the end,
It
paramedic
gives you a clearer
Sigint.
view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuia. It has these amazingly
this is the paramedic
vivid
one,
yellow
I think.
flowers.
Wait, no. This one?
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird. The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Odubor was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Okay, that's actually all of them for now. Nice. We'll probably have something about the next mission.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
C3 is a real thing. It's just making another MGS3 reference there, though. Because that's what you get in MGS3 instead of C4. I don't think Big Bosses actually used C4, though. It was C3 in MGS3, and then TNT in Portable Ops and MGS3. This is the first game we see with C4 and Big Boss. But I'm sure there's some other thing he did in the background, maybe. Nah, he's just talking about it. Oh yeah, I used that in MGS3, except it was C3. But
Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and
Exactly. There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the prison.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco.
Not the big monster I saw. I mean, the real Basilisco.
A real one. The legendary king of snakes.
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water.
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 bada long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people
The
who
gorge
said they
seers.
saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Dick size analogy.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze. There's that guy with the gaping asshole in here. And somehow, for some reason, it's much easier to hit this guy in the butt than other enemies. Yep.
Make your way back to the prison facility. Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village
It's
where
the
they
angle.
were holding Chico.
Because, I don't know, I played this game so many times that I can't quite figure it out exactly. See, it doesn't really work like that. I don't know. Didn't get him. Maybe it's because he's above. Maybe that helps.
Use C4 to destroy the barricade.
Good thing you're blind.
That's where the prison...
Head west from there. Use C4 to destroy the barricade.
Maybe done.
Use C4 to destroy...
No, we don't need the box here.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
We're under attack!
That's right, these guys have helmets now.
It's the enemy! Send reinforcements!
Negative. We can't spare reinforcements. You'll have to make do with what you have.
Witness the power of 45.
God! God!
You shoot somebody in the leg with 45 in this game and just disabled like that.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Need to be a simulated
Fulton
network.
recovery helicopter is complete.
I'm pretty sure there's a setting for it. They also have a real network if you want to do that. Whatever RPCS3 game you're dealing with, it's always a good idea to look at the wiki page for it. It will tell you what settings you might
First,
need.
equip your C4. You can't plan a charge unless it's equipped. Good work, Snake.
When I was locked up there, I didn't feel life at all.
The giant swallowtail butterflies in that area.
Excellent. Now, make your way north.
As
And when you shot me, I really thought I was done for.
interrupting her.
The giant swallowtail butterflies in that area are a fairly common species of butterfly. Did you know their chrysalis stage occurs during winter? The giant swallow... Look at them. Just taking the village as if it were theirs. Unforgivable.
Head north. Head north. Look for the gorge.
Oh, it doesn't give you the C4 if you don't have some sort of fake network thing? Huh. There's definitely dummy network settings, and they also have their own real network you can play on. Our PCN, I think it's called. You could technically play co-op on emulator. Just not with PS3 people, unfortunately. Although maybe if you fuck with the DNSs, you could do that too. I suspect one day it will be the actual way to co-op, because PSN support, even though it's peer-to-peer, might be gone one day. But Volume 2 will come out first, certainly. Maybe. At this point, it's just one of those things that I'll believe it when I see it. But maybe we'll be doing co-op on PS5 or something by then, which means that now you'll have to fucking pay money to play co-op Peace Walker in the Master Collection. Nice. I didn't even think about that.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
I'm really spoiled. Peace Walker and MGO2 being the only online games on console that I ever play, so the thought of having to pay for online console gaming is alien to me. Like, what the fuck? Okay. What are we doing? That's right.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Stream Elements announcing poll and poll results now, which is good because Twitch, they're so secretive about their polls for some reason. It's like Twitch does everything they can to hide the polls as soon as possible. I don't understand. I'm actually kind of happy with Stream Elements doing that.
You should be able to see across the Irazu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Nick, get them out of our country.
I intend to. Chico says there's a bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort. That fort was built during the Civil War. It seems La Cia's troops are occupying it now.
This just gets better and better.
They've got gun turrets set up all around from the looks of it. Attract too much attention, and you'll really stir up the hornet's nest.
Maybe I'll try and find a way around.
You could always commandeer one of the turrets. A little target practice, perhaps?
Just like in Krasnogorye.
Krasno what?
Sorry, just thinking about old times.
Irazu has more than one crater, because it's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina,
Oh, here we
Ogopogo
go.
in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Here we fucking go. He talks about going to Africa too, and being a hunter. With a sniper rifle. And tits. Alright, let's do these.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Oh, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Africa with 12 people. In Chico. Yep. Alright, those are actually the tapes you need to do to unlock the Monster Hunter missions, I think. Where he talks about all the monsters. You have to listen to those, or at least skip through them. I guess we're not gonna have to suppress 1911 for a while. Oh.
Cross the bridge and head north.
It's a two-level walkway, one path on top of the other. The guys with helmets will not go down with a single headshot. Watch yourself. Even we have never been past there. I think I'd wet my pants if I had to cross that.
My pants.
The guys with helmets will... I think I'd wet my pants.
Rockets can travel a long way to their target. Never assume you're out of range.
Spoilers, I do know. There's already rocket launchers here. Come on, can you like drop this thing? You have to be like in the perfect
You won't
spot.
get up there alone.
There we go.
With some help, maybe?
Their base should be beyond that transport route.
Oh, all right.
A grill.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh, maybe we can hold him up because of the cliff. What the fuck?
There should be an entrance about halfway up the mountain. Be careful.
The gun down thing. Oh god, yeah. Please. I can't believe nobody's modded it out of the PC version. Maybe it's just not doable. I have a feeling nobody's even really looking into it though. If you mod that nonsense away and you rebind the controls, it's actually not terrible, even without pressure sensitivity.
The base is beyond that fort.
See, when I say the pressure sensitivity is the problem, it's not that the pressure sensitivity is missing, but that because it's missing, it just fucks with everything else in the controls. That's dumb. And well, let's not get started on that now.
What's going on?
There.
Rise and shine.
The boys. I guess I'll get that.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. You're almost at the enemy base, just a little bit farther. You have to get through that fort. Their base is beyond it. Once you get through there, you'll be at the enemy base. Keep going. Looks like the entrance is on the mountainside. Better hurry. It's some camouflage job. You couldn't even see this place from the satellite shots. The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow.
There should be an entrance about halfway up the mountain. Be careful.
You have to get through that fort.
Oh, it's
Their base is
Kojima
beyond it.
time. Didn't even think about it.
Guys, I'm inside the facility.
Is that
There's
where they get
rows
the
and
mule?
rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
You can kind of kill him. Just recruit him and then send him to fight.
Can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
To fight a battalion of tanks alone. And so we get a little bit of everything here. This is actually the correct plate, but repeated. It's just nothing in here.
Nothing.
Then we got Meiling's frequency, of course. Bit of a time paradox, but okay. Then we've got two of these 777 jackpot.
Where are they?
With the, what is it, this one? The fish and chips.
Not this one.
I don't know. Hey, those are supposed to go together. And then we have, what's this one? Just a Metal Gear one. Oh no, it's a Bokkai one. Oh yeah, it's in this one. This is Ottokun's password for his lab at MGS4 for 8273. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
What? Then we've got this one. August 24th, 1963.
Mr. Kojima.
To the brig.
This is the one. The exhaust still warm. The cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. And not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for
What was his name again? We're playing him just fine right now. The real one.
Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
And so the Crystals can carry Peace Walker. Kind of the same. I'm just 1 and 2. Then Ray would always be the most iconic. Oh, code names in this game. That reminds me, if the Master Collection Volume 2 comes out and it really does have Peace Walker in it, I hope they have some sort of save transfer feature because I don't want to do another Foxhound run of it. It's so bad. All who knows, maybe if there's a bunch of people playing at the same time, it'll be fun. But you basically need to, and you need a few slaves to go up with for like a week to do it. Yeah, you do need to do co-op Foxhound 5-star. You're locked at the 2-star Foxhound if you don't do co-op because you need camaraderie. And you need if you want to get a real 100% save with all the insignias and stuff, you also need to do a bunch of versus ops. And in general, doing versus ops is also a great way to farm camaraderie. So, yeah. People are starving here. I will take the Thompson.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Probably only had the lore here. Damn. That's a little bit painful. Okay. My fault for not getting the RPG. Well, that's okay. We'll deal with it. DM60. And supply marker. You should be good.
Pass. What was the government thinking, building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Oh, that's right. Each mission also has 2 ranks for completion, one in solo and one in co-op. I think we need both also. For Foxhound. S rank everything twice, basically.
That's an AI weapon. The Pupa. It's fast, so
The
be
Pupa.
careful.
There it is. That's cylindrical pod. There it is. That's cylindrical. There it is. That's cylindrical
Well,
pod.
also the neat thing about calling Huey here, if you play a second time, is that his calls don't come through the radio. He's just right there in the arena shouting at you. See, he's right there.
Shoot them, not me.
There it is.
I don't think he has any of those lines right now though, because it's the first time.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, it's just Miller.
That's the there it is.
There it is. There it is.
That's cylindrical pod.
Oh shit. Oh, that kind of worked. There's a glass underneath itself. There's a little gap that you can go perking and just wait when it's charging at you. And it will miss. Just a little neat feature of the Pupa fight. The fire rate on the head. It's useful to take these out though. That's literally on call here. Oh, it's gonna do the big electric attack now.
High voltage incoming.
Oh. I think it might be there. That should be good. Oh, there's another call. Oh, close. Well, that's because I'm basically using the shittiest weapons in the whole game right now. Nice.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod. You should be able to get in the AI pod.
make our own AI weapon. Who the fuck are you?
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected.
Now he has a
The
frequency.
black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Yeah, we don't know who the fuck he is yet. He's like, let's make our own AI weapon. Maybe they figured the players would hear Otakun's voice coming from him. Yeah, it would be a familiar voice. They're gonna say something like that in their conversation too. Right here, Snake. Feels like deja vu. Oh, okay.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike, every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, The electronic brain I was working on can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove.
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
That's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, boss, you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
So Huey just casually mentions making our own bipedal weapon. And they just kind of roll with it as soon as you recruit him. Okay. So now we've got Kojimbo and Huey. Okay. Giving himself an S rank in... Oh, they already put him there. Medical and intel ability. Of course, we got his quote, 70% of my existence is made of movies. It is up to you to decide what to do with the remaining 30%. So at best, we're getting 30% for his games. It's all movies. We could send him to fight in Outer Ops. Maybe we'll put him in the intel team. His medical is not too useful right now. That doesn't really matter this early in the game. You can't play as Kojima, but you can put him in the combat unit and send him on Outer Ops. Get that, the chaff grenades, rank 2 rations, and now we're too poor for the MVGs, but that's okay. And the first few ones are really simple, just 2 guys. Send a couple of these guys there. Lobster, kangaroo. Fuck it, maybe they can do it. I won't go too hard on these. Maybe we'll do them when we switch saves. No, I didn't mean to go there.
Snake.
We've got all the Huey tapes now that he joined Mother Base. They're really good tapes. Some of the best tapes in the game. My favorite tapes are Strange Loves and Huey's tapes. It's got a bunch of stuff here. We'll go through all these.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh. I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first, I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent. Missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I would want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, They'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. that it had taken actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters. Except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
Yeah, it almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
We're gonna read it. Guppy, thank you for the 7 months resub. We don't have the 2001 tape yet. Okay. What's going on here? Oh,
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
People using the electronic cigarette tape as evidence that Big Medic wasn't the real big boss back then. And what do you know? They were right.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Another advanced feature here, enemies countering CQC. It's gone to later. Okay.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery. The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho. A Palladius morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So, I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
Funny how he tells Baz that he wants to eat the frogs, and then he tells Chico the exact opposite, I think.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like, for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you. But don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Okay.
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kinda like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least. Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Okay.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, right? Survival.
And then Snake ends up eating fish on the way there. Anyway, I guess that's where they got the mule from the wherever all those trucks were. You can see there's mules there as well. Chapter 2. Phantom Hero. Being the boss AI, I guess.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have
Maybe we could just eat the
Already
mule.
on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp. Snake, Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
I like how they start you off by sliding down the hill here.
Scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
Did you read Mr. Huey's letter?
Everybody wants to read Huey's letter now. They all have a call about it.
Sorry, but even just hearing it.
Watch out. Enemy search may
Yeah,
not spot
shut up,
enemies
Chico.
that are actively hidden.
Gaz is talking.
Promise me you won't read that letter.
Yeah.
Head for Strangelove's lab. It'd be nice if I could cobble together a high-performance portable radar unit for you here at Mother Base.
I wonder if the mule made it home.
Strangelove's lab is north.
I've never been that far before. Be careful, Snake.
Look at the structural coloring on these morphos. Fascinating.
I wish there was something I could do.
Go to the lab and...
I've never been that...
We're counting on you, boss.
Bet those butterflies don't have anything to worry about at all, huh?
Strangelove's lab is Dr. Strangelove's lab.
So we can
Can't
get
be
all
much
his calls.
Fun view, huh? It is nice to stop and enjoy the scenery every now and then.
Head for Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove's lab.
If anything looks suspicious out there, check it out. We had a mule in my house once. He was a real hard worker.
Head for Strangelove.
Our future is in your hands.
Sighting enemies would be a cinch with a pair of night vision goggles.
Dr. Strangelove's lab. Strangelove's lab is north.
That American, Huey. Can we really trust him? That letter bothers me. Morphle butterflies. Pretty, aren't they?
I just heard footprints.
The lab seems to be located in a vast series of ruins.
That's you, huh?
I wouldn't mind reading Huey's letter myself. Go to the lab and just
I've never been that far before. Be careful.
head for Strange.
A letter to Dr. Strangelove. Huh. Wonder what that's about. The lab seems to be located.
A good sniper
think I follow
changes
along.
position as soon as he's spotted.
Can't believe you got your name back, Ragnarok.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you
I
something.
wonder, does it go
If
by
you fight
Twitch
any more
midnight?
AI weapons,
Like,
could you try to gather
Twitch
as many of their parts as you can?
time zone,
That would
probably.
really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear. Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Let's see if those guys made it. It's cute. You can see a little recap of the battle, the animations, and what attacks they use, what weapons they used, the music picking up when you're about to win or lose. They miss, and all this stuff here. grenade. Nice. Well, that was easy. Didn't need 4 guys for that. Just a little something that's also more lovingly made in this game, of course. And we'll just leave those alone for now. Solid magazine. I forget that we have to develop to look at it. No, there we go. Kept you waiting. You emaciated. What else does it say there? At the bottom, Area 51, an extraterrestrial playground. There's a space in extraterrestrial. Breeding to become a galaxy without borders. What? Maybe they didn't quite proofread this one. OfficialSolidMagazine.com. Philanthropy presents Solid Magazine issue 001. The infamous Bigfoot abducted by UFO. Chico would love this shit. June 2010, of course. 8.5 DP. 11 points. Filled to the brim with outlandish and absurd sci-fi horror stories. Roughly half of the stories are about men fighting Martians, written by amateurs. Lurid and sexually aggressive themes. Nice. Are you sure it's not the Twitch glitch distorting the audio? Now we can make the MVGs now.
Snake, that's a hind.
A hind,
You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
They still have this thing that randomly distorts the audio. It's incredible. It's probably been a decade now. No, we're on PS3. We were talking about emulation earlier. Yep, it's always a possibility, unfortunately, that it just doesn't work in your specific environment. If you're emulating the PS3 version, try checking the wiki page for RPCS3. They might have a setting or something. What are we gonna do here? We're gonna break the cockpit open. Ashton Curry. Oh. Yeah, you do have to use a splitter to strip the HDMI, HDCP, rather. Well, technically you could use the other, you know, analog video output, but you're not gonna get the full resolution and stuff. You see, David O, thank you. Wait, David O? Wait a second. Thank you for the sub, love and word. Baited by the Patriots.
Forget about the chopper for now. Just take out the troops.
We'll just put these guys
They're trying
down.
to find you. Make sure they don't.
Wait, no, I don't want to do that because they'll slip off the cliff and die. Good? They can slip off the cliff and die here. It doesn't count as a kill, but I just don't want them to respawn. And when these guys are down for good, it doesn't matter if we get an alert. What's he doing? He's shooting random shit over there. Over here. What, you need a supply drop for this?
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
That was awesome. So you can do difficult coming down out. But it doesn't really matter if you get into a mess. You can't really see the out of the cockpit. It's kind of hidden. But if you just keep shooting it with bullets rather than explosives, eventually it will force him out. One round left. Where's that ammo? Oh shit.
That's gotta be the leader.
Get his helmet off too. Well, these story vehicles are all really cute and simple. It gets pretty involved if you do all of the optional stuff. The main story basically only has like one of each type of vehicles. And then like the lowest level ones. Of course, we get the sneaky suit, just like the most OP thing in the game.
Boss, I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with the Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
You want to get that development started. It's going to help a lot against the Chrysalis. Oh, fuck, I'm too poor. Okay, so... well, maybe there's... nope. Should we cancel? I guess the smoke and wait. Oh shit, I'm still too poor. God damn it. I canceled that for nothing. Now we lost the progress on it. If I start it again, it starts at 0 again. Damn it. It's only off by a little bit though, so I can just grab someone. Anteater, get into the combat unit. Okay.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Oh, here we go. Stealth. Sneaky suit. Got like the second best ammo index in the whole game, but more importantly, it masks your footstep noise completely. It changes things quite a bit. Open ration, box, maybe MVG. ID card for this mission if that doesn't work. Supply marker. Okay, we should be good. Giant stone balls.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
I think shit internet syndrome might be hitting a little bit right now. Maybe give it a couple minutes to sort itself out.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. I wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the back room. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to
What do you think they're
survive
called,
on
sluts?
very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about? La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Don't let them take you from behind, Snake. I thought she would have more nonsense. Oh, it's after, I think.
Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. You can do it, Snake!
A fall from there would be certain death, even for a Superman like you.
Fun view, huh? It is nice to stop and enjoy the scenery every now and then.
Strangelove's lab is north of...
Promise me you won't read that letter.
Shouldn't be long before you get to those ruins now.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural surroundings.
Head for Strangelove's... Sorry, but even just hearing a Colibri song makes me weak in the knees. There could be enemies anywhere. Stay sharp. You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
Yes. Oh, that's right, I have a sneaky suit now. I can do this.
Deadly combination. The lab seems to be located. We're counting on you, boss. You'll be difficult to spot in the jungle wearing a ghillie
There's
suit.
Sakurai, welcome back.
Become one with nature. Fulton recovery
Oh, I got his
subject
ass.
confirmed
Nice.
onboard helicopter.
I thought I was aiming at his head there. Close enough. Totally same. The 16 months resub. Thank you. Welcome back. I wish you could just attach the Fulton to them. They're unaware of you. It'd be funny.
Hey,
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
No, we gotta get the sound effect.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Commander. You're not...
Monsieur Miller!
one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense.
All those Snake's little cover stories in this. They're so funny.
In Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
You just had to say that to a real ornithologist.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies.
What am I reading?
Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh, yes. She often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must
We
have
have
gotten a look at the
French
facility
wine.
when you escaped, right? What's
This
in there?
stuff is a disaster.
Lot of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I've still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
Back to my place. Neuron activation. Yeah.
What's that?
Spray.
What's wrong?
Oh shit, you heard that.
We have a situation. Backup team. Head over and investigate.
No, we're good, backup team. Don't mind me, I'll just be on my way. Sorry, loading screen.
What? It won't open. Damn.
It won't open. What's wrong with
It won't open. Mission complete. Mission failed successfully. They have just a tiny little bit of backtracking thing. to add some padding a little bit there, which is kind of weird because this game really doesn't need that. There's so many missions already.
The card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much.
It's not always all the way back. If you're lucky, it's pretty close.
In charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite.
Oh.
Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake,
Kaz, where's Cecile?
she just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an orange jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes!
Monsieur
I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But...
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.
Little bit of luck, it'll be the guy nearby. I'm pretty sure it's random though. Well, I guess it does add a little bit to Huey and Strangelove's dynamic there. Knowing his car doesn't work now. Cecile being a slightly less offensive version of Quiet. Kojima takes a real life person, takes a real life girl, make her boobs bigger, and put her in a game. We had this jiggle physics. Yes, of course. I really don't care about backtracking in any game. I wonder what kind of dynamic was going on with the real-life Cecile, who used to work at Konami France, and Kojima. There's something good or something bad going on, because she's kind of like the stereotypical image of a French character, a little snobbish and annoying, and I wonder what Kojima meant by this. And ironically, like, yeah, she's got a little bit of a role in the story with the card, and she's got a lot of silly tapes. I wonder what the dynamic behind that happening was. Well, I guess we'll do the seal tapes. See, all these tapes about France, like, they depict her as the typical reason why nobody likes French people. I don't know why Kojima does that. I don't know. If he wanted to be, like, nice to her and put her in a game as a cute thing, and then does that to her dialogue, I don't know. Anyway.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, oui.
Bisexual. And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She has not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
You two seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it. Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other rune. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry...
Bisexual.
You don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call,
anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal.
All right. What do you want to know about quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay, then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many quetzals reach over 1 meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me.
Ha!
It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Oh. Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Oh, sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did. You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes? Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right, here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
This is clearly all very highly important information here. We'll do these later, or maybe we'll do it some other time. This one's interesting, of course. Kojima looked at her name and be like, hold on, if I just give her a middle name,
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
your name. It sounds almost like the sentence, Kojima Caminades, in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into, is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
Yep. You really did that. You gave her the middle name. So that it would form a sentence. Yeah, that sound effect we have is from the Japanese version of this call, in case you're wondering. The English one is much more tame and boring. In Japanese, they both start chanting that together. Okay, we'll leave these for now. I'm going to listen to that. Oh, and now we have another ape here because we met Cecile.
What's wrong, Kaz? You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
Yeah, the real life Cecile worked at
Share a
Konami
cup of mate
France.
with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Oh, man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake.
Because they mentioned Cecile in that tape, and now it's available. Let's go.
Snake, to gain access to the lab, you'll need an ID card. You can get one from a guard in an orange jacket stationed in an area where you can hear Quetzal singing. To get the ID card from the soldier, do a body check. You've got to get inside that lab before the AI gets shipped out. Get a move on.
Yeah, cheers, FGI. John, thanks for stopping by. More tapes.
Scouts are outfitted with camouflage to help them hide. Some of them look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ah, ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before?
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know if they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong
Make
guy.
PTSD
I mean,
for-
Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying?
That
You're not
pause.
making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already
Yeah,
lost
I'll
too
do
many
that.
good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them. You can steal items from soldiers by putting them to sleep or knocking them out and then doing a body check.
Forget it. I know how to do that.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are
My
those?
giant stone balls.
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily, too.
Snake!
Always made me wonder if there's something you can push maybe during gameplay somewhere. I don't think there is.
Snake, be careful when going through areas you've passed through before. The enemy could be waiting to ambush you. And do you know how to identify the soldier with the ID card?
Yeah, Cecile told me. He's in a forest with some Quetzals wearing a orange jacket.
He'll be from the lab, probably out on patrol. Do a body check to see if he's got the card.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
Huh? No, it didn't look like a snake.
Oh, really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitziao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Well, lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs
Yeah, that's
survive
how it
today
works.
in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls him by a different name, like Kongomato or Litziao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
God damn it, Chico. Now there's 3 possible locations where this guy could be.
To be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located.
That's not always all the way back. We'll see. Hold-ups are so broken in this game.
Once you know which soldier has the ID card.
What do you mean dragons aren't real? Of course they are.
Do a body check. First knock the soldier out, or put him to sleep, or hold him up. That works too. If you forget what a Quetzal sounds like.
I know it is not easy.
Once you know which soldier...
Need a reminder of that Quetzal
Oh shit, I forgot about this guy. There's a TQC counter. Same as the frog, the MGS4.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Well. We'll just shoot everybody in the leg and zap them. Okay, so he could be here. I don't know what's gonna happen with the alert though. Nope. Yeah, I could have been basically invisible.
I think I see someone. The enemy's here!
Oh shit, these guys are right here. Bug.
Enemy sight. Commencing
And
attack.
there's another spot where he could have been. And yeah, we got the worst one, of course. All the way at the beginning.
If you forget what a Quetzal sounds like.
I don't know what the big deal with backtracking for some people is. I don't know. Oh, I've seen this place before. I can never see it again. Okay, then he has to be here, unless the alert messed with it somehow.
Yes.
Yep.
That is definitely the Quetzal. He must be nearby. There he is. There he is. There he is. I know it is not easy.
Our future is in your...
There, yes. That is... Yes.
These calls. Yes. Yes.
There he is. That is the man who took my ID card.
Snake, pick it up.
I guess we'll get him. Okay. Probably sucks.
That card will get you into the lab.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I think you might be remembering wrong. You think you gotta do it again after this? No. What? Yeah, that would be silly. I think the novel adaptation of Peace Walker also completely forgot that Cecile exists. I mean, it was deliberate, but yeah, same thing. Her role was so minor that it just wasn't included at all. I don't know what kind of experience you had that the second car doesn't work either. Maybe you messed it up. It's possible to accidentally Fulton the guy or something. But that's just not a thing. I think since there's 3 locations for him, if you accidentally Fulton or kill him, then he will spawn in one of the other locations. Or maybe if you keep doing it and all 3 eventually gives you game over, maybe? Does it give you game over? Oh, okay. I forget how it works. I've only messed with it like a couple times. Are you sure they don't go like, oh, I guess it wasn't him after all, he must be somewhere else, and it keeps going? No. They give you the game over. Why? Because you sent the card to Mother Base?
Excellent. It's open.
Let's get fiddled. Or pianoed, rather.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss,
And who might you be?
you. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move.
Don't move. You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride?
You chose a shadowy country over the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole a Davy Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow was to eliminate the traitor themselves. The boss's death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
Boss.
We have a visitor. I'll introduce him. Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button.
Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
Boss. Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot. I therefore concluded he required a cool, calculating machine programmed to inflict swift, sure, and utter annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation. But he took it upon himself to come up with a different answer. He said he needed the thought patterns of the very finest rational mind, one that thought on a global scale, took both past and future into consideration, and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
And that's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. No. She abandoned her country. Abandoned us all.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack.
What?
Jack.
Boss.
Jack.
Boss.
Jack. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home.
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
I don't know, if you listen to the tapes about the boss's background, it just sounds like she gets pushed around a lot. Like, damn. I wonder if that has something to do with Kojima. Poor Kojima getting pushed around.
I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Why did you come back?
It doesn't matter which ones we get here. We can get all of them.
Go home. You better stay alive from now on. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home.
What is this? This response? Oh God. Discontinue!
I taught you all I could. The rest
Little
you needed to
PTE
learn
time.
on your own.
techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
Okay, I thought I fucked it up.
As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything. Even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
I don't have the freaking update on my PS3 right now, ding. I can't go up, I think. I can't log into PSN. They keep updating. We really should just switch to the emulator servers, really. Just for that alone. They keep fucking updating the PS3 firmware. Why? Blu-ray keys or whatever, but it's annoying every time.
I got a report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to this scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Both of you. Yeah, I guess I want to do troubleshooting now, but you could just Google whatever version is latest and hybrid firmware and or hand. Yeah, it should work. I was also fucking around with transferring saves. Yeah, you had to go dig into the folders a little bit, but it wasn't particularly hard or anything. I forget what program I used. It's like a... Man, it was something like fucking Greek mythology based, like Pegasus or Hercules or some shit, or I forget what it was called, but it's a little, it thinks it's a game. You install it on the emulator. It's a little Apollo, that one, close enough. Okay, so you do have it. I only remember the fucking mythology. I forgot the name. Yeah, that's the one. If you go dig in the folders, it's a little annoying. I remember it being a little annoying. You have to open a bunch of different folders for it and go dig. But it worked. I remember that it worked. Also, another good reason, a really good reason to emulate Peace Walker is to fuck around with the memory addresses to play those missions that got cut but are still in the game. So you switch one of the missions in the list to one of the cut missions, like the Zeke versus battle. That I haven't done yet. I would like to look into it. You can fuck around with cheat engine and whatnot a little bit more easily. What am I doing? Let's just move on.
Snake, that's the chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Get naked. That's what. Fly smoke. F.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
Be
The Emu Stinger here, the red eye, takes forever to work on. Jake Rabbits, thank you so much. Pluto 14. Like you enjoying the stream, yeah?
Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. If you lose sight of the enemy, look for the red light.
I know, yeah.
They've okayed your request for a cargo. It'll be sent out shortly. Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request.
Oh, it'll... How about no? And we followed the rank 1 shaft grenade. Oh, what is that missile doing? Oh, she dodged it again. What? Ah, that was weird. Uh-oh.
Shake it off, Snake. Don't stop moving.
Nice.
Those rounds will chew through any wall you try to hide behind.
Supply. The shaft grenade blocks his signal. It also blocks the thing from locking on too here. Wonder if we can call a supply drop in Phantom Pain. What Gaff is going on?
The surround indicator lets you locate enemies
Disappear
even when you
now.
can't see them.
Been a while since I've seen this. Then the music stops too.
That thing with rockets.
Okay.
Protect the AI pod to destroy it. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards.
Steal all the car radios.
All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about it. You'll get him back.
Damn piano.
That is as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried?
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go.
Monsieur Miller!
That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her.
It's me.
And that's
You haven't
what's
let me
holding
go.
you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her. But I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
Monsieur Miller!
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth?
Ah!
The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base.
No railgun. He just said it. He said that he's not sure that briefing is real. Yeah, that debriefing could have been part of the story they made up. And he's also trying not to help Strangelove with her whatever she's trying to do right now, even though Sneak doesn't know what it is.
Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
So tell me, what do they mine around here?
Gold, if I am not mistaken.
Gold? No kidding. I wonder what would be the fastest way to...
I do not know how much success they have had. You do not hear of anyone still operating mines around here.
Oh.
Generally speaking, people here are not too thrilled with outside capital coming in and taking away the country's natural resources. 4 years ago, a group of protesters hurled stones at the Parliament building when people found out the country had been bestowing mining rights to foreign companies.
I remember those barracks. They're full of crisscrossing pathways, so visibility is terrible.
Perfect for sneaking.
That may be true, but it will also be easy to lose your fix on where you are. You could end up bumping into enemies when rounding corners, too.
I'll be careful.
You'll get a better view on the roof, but naturally you will be more easily spotted, and there are few places to hide. If you are going up there, get a quick lay of the land and then come back down. The soldiers there do not have access to many long-range weapons, most likely because of the terrain. A sniper rifle could be really advantageous there.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good luck, Snake.
Wow, keep pressing X.
A base disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret
Oh,
bases.
that's right. Here we go.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
It's UFO time.
UFOs keep...
What?
UFOs...
Say that again, Chico?
UFOs... Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations, mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep, it was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, he started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso El Baki Muñudar. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
El Baki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Stuff.
Also lost a talking cat. Nah, Strania. Holy shit, chapter 3, we found it finally.
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers, after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Peace Walkers in a
You
base
can count to
west of
3.
your
You can
current
count to
position.
5 in this game.
Move out.
Imagine. What? Somebody's been slacking somewhere, as usually I have the suppressed 1911 for this mission. Hey, Airbomb, thank you so much for the 75 months.
Subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Freeze.
Looks like the base you're after has been made to look like a mine.
Snake, head for the underground base.
You do not need a ladder. You could just do a roll to get to the roof.
I guess the only way to get around on that roof is by rolling.
You're
And I bet the
backseating the
enemy
roll.
doesn't even have a clue you're up there.
What is that thing called when you do that flip? Rolling? If you do that, I think you can jump over to the roof.
I guess the only way to get...
What is that thing called?
You're headed for a base.
That roll was amazing. That roll was amazing. That roll was amazing. It was like something out of the circus.
Okay, here's what we came here to do.
There's some straw below you. You can dive into it with the action button. Back in the time of the Crusades, members of the Order of Assassins used what is called the Assassin's Straw Box to hide and get close to their enemies.
Okay. Let's see, let's wake him up.
You can fit up to 2 people inside an Assassin's Straw Box.
Enemy attack!
Where's that other lion Kaz has?
Drag him inside the box.
If you keep doing it, eventually it will destroy the box. See all this straw is falling off.
Go west, Snake. West.
It actually takes quite a few uses before it starts breaking down. This poor guy.
Not all enemies will be on the ground. Watch for hostiles on the roofs, too.
Oh, that guy woke up. There it is, it's breaking down. Where's Snake hiding? Let's see through.
What's going on?
Oh, is he coming down? Perfect. Oh, that's right. It just does a regular CQC if you try to do that once more. Okay. Nice. This guy just came back from a 24-hour ban with that. Well, goodbye. I was gonna give him 24 hours, but he just came back from a 24 hours. So. Nice. I mean, I don't know if something else happened, but originally he said Twin Snakes is going on the Switch too. We'll have to see. There's some more mods around. Twin Snakes on the Switch too. It's always dicks. It's always dicks. Yeah. Don't bother. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but we'll just leave it at that. How do we not have Suppressed 1911 yet? That's crazy. 24. Miller is already in here. There it is. And the Walkman too. Forget the Fulton. Give me the Walkman. Like most consumer products, it was created under design first, engineering afterward philosophy. Okay. So they wanted it to look like this.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Bring Thompson for this.
Damn it!
They must have had to clear a considerable amount of forest to open up that mine.
No doubt. So much for any hiding places, too.
And it is not just the forest. Without the proper precautions, the mine's wastewater could pollute the groundwater. And to top it all off, they are developing nuclear weapons there too. How can people care so little about their own country?
I'm not the one to ask about that.
Well, you may have abandoned your country,
I'm not the one to
but you
ask.
still treasure where you came from.
You think so?
Sure. I know you do.
Paz, whatever you do, never stop loving your country.
Take a look, Snake. That place is as wide open as a soccer stadium. Best to use a long-range weapon you can snipe with.
I can see several exits.
Right. Don't get too focused on any one of them.
Copy that.
Go get 'em, Snake.
Yeah, it's the bigger stuff like the vehicle battles. Usually there are 4 players.
Keep your eyes peeled for snipers. A good one can hit you from a mile away.
And sniping's easier with the pistol than a sniper rifle. Sniper rifles shake like crazy in this game. There's no going prone and there's no pentasming. That's kind of... Yeah, the pistol is just perfectly centered every time. It's easier. Look at these guys. Well, there's more.
They've got rocket launchers.
Oh shit. And you can't aim either.
To neutralize an enemy, put him to sleep.
Wide open areas are a sniper's playground. Be ready. I know it is not easy.
Our future is in your hands.
Oh, we're going up the ladder. Perfect. Not a kill.
Time to make some frickin' meat!
You said it. This guy's very nice. Bringing me ammo here.
Time to make some frickin' meat! Fire!
I don't think they ever aimed the rockets correctly. That's it.
Rockets can travel a long way.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Thinking it's a giant turd gear. So, how many machine guns do you want? Yes.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
That's Huey's weapon, the Cocoon.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
That is it.
Keep next is only pressing exit.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the Cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the Cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Bother. I'm sure it was a very deliberate choice. It's funny because Christopher Randolph is the only voice actor from the original game left in the series by Phantom Pain. It's kind of sad. The cocoon. Okay.
Let's rock.
Hey there, Nighty. Welcome on in. I don't know. I mean, maybe it contributed to some people getting confused between two characters. But I'm kind of glad. They're still very different characters, yeah. And I'm not sure that the voice thing was all ever because of them being clones, yeah. It probably wasn't. Of course, Kojima wanted to change Snake's voice in MGS3, so that technically Big Boss would have never been voiced by Hater, you know, if Kojima had his way with the English version at least. Of course, he wouldn't do that to Akira Otsuka in the Japanese version. At the expense of the Western audience, Kojima gets to flex his Hollywood PP. That's what it is, and exactly what happened later with Kiefer.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh, we gotta do the rules of nature, that's right.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
It's still shooting.
Use the action button. You don't want to get crushed. Bravo! Great job!
There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, that's nothing. That's like the most basic one. I knew it. It is Gray Fox.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Destroy its weapons and you won't have to worry about getting killed!
Getting killed. It's still running over. Oh shit. Almost blocked the ammo off.
The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top! See the ladder on the turret? You're gonna want to take out that weapon before jumping on.
It might not have enough ammo. Maybe. Damn, I gotta go back in. No.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Probably also took away some of my key points. Maybe it's not his fault. Oh, come on. Yeah, just missile myself right now. Well, that's unfortunate. God damn it. Now I don't even have any chef grenades left. Doesn't work on this one. I actually died to the cocoon. Nice. He was stuck on the thing.
No! It can't be over yet!
Was that Chico?
Get rid of the cocoon. Anybody can handle something this big. It's you.
That was a bad fall.
Get out of there. Run.
And again,
Fighting won't do anything against
I feel like this game is always fucking your reloads. The terrain fucking your reloads. And that too. This is basically done. This sucks.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
All I had to do was tap the button for the next healing item. Didn't have to open the inventory and fuck it up.
Do you have enough ammo? Aim for the radiators on the lower part of its body. To get inside the AI pod, I guess the only way is to jump onto the tank. Try to get into all the heat. That'll stop it in its tracks. Aim for the radiator on the belly section. The steam should tell you exactly where the radiator is on the belly. You won't be able to get onto it when it's moving like that. First, stop it from moving. Seeing it in action, it's nothing like the test. It's like 10 times as wild and crazy.
It's a nice call.
This is better than the test. That thing can move. If I do say so
He's so excited about it. It's so big. I don't know, Snake. It's so big. Of course, they had to give that call to Amanda. Oh, it's got some funny calls here, actually. I'm kind of happy I died to it now because we got those calls. Shut the fuck up, Chico.
Now's your chance to get in. Now's your chance to get in. Now's your chance to get. Now jump onto it from the high area in your front. Now jump onto it from the. Now's your chance to get in.
I guess that's all they see now.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Stun grenades, yes, very useful.
Now's your chance to get in.
Use the ladder.
That is a Julio, not machine gun.
See the ladder on the turret?
You're gonna want to take out that weapon before jumping on.
I was hoping it would change if you're actually on it.
Now's your chance to get in. Now's your chance to get in.
Damn, might be just barely enough ammo. Holy shit, nice.
Protect the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's a cylindrical structure.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. It didn't go down in one hit? Fuck. All because you can't place these markers on it. You have to get down if you want to get more ammo. I wish I had those grenades now. Oh man, that's ugly.
Heads up, Snake. The turret's back online.
Fuck.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
No way. Got 3 bars back too. Not that bad. I wonder the damage when the iPod stays.
They've got a lock on you. Move it. Do you have enough ammo? Now jump onto it from the high area in your front.
Not again. I wonder if I hit it like... Oh my god. Okay. The damage stays. Nice. I actually didn't know. This is a super scuffed moonfight.
Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
How very convenient.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right, but security will be extremely tight. Do not forget that the odds are stacked heavily against you.
Yeah.
Stealth. That away. There's a suppressed 1911. Nice. It's crazy how useful it is and how early you get it in the game compared to everything else.
The enemy's still on high alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Go on, take.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch.
These are all. I had no idea they made so many AI weapons.
That tank is tall like a basilisk. I bet if you climb on top, you'd get a real clear view.
Oh, that was an interesting call. What are you doing?
That thing's pretty high up there. If you were that high, you might be able to spot hidden enemies. Find Peace Walker's
The hangar where they're storing Peace Walker must be around here somewhere.
Peace Walker's down there.
So now, your goal is to destroy Peace Walker's AI pod, right?
So Huey didn't know that they mass-produced a pupa? What? Really?
That tank is tall like a basilisk.
The hangar where these are all.
That's crazy. Sometimes it's just good by doing calls randomly. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Enemies, what is it?
Freeze.
The hangar where they're storing.
Find Peace Walker's hangar and destroy the AI pod.
The hangar where they're storing Peace Walker must be around here somewhere.
What was that?
Freeze. I'm too lazy to switch to the
Recovery
stun
subject
rod.
confirmed onboard helicopter.
What is it? What's that?
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake.
Too much grunting going on.
Straight shot to Peace Walker's hangar.
Time to get captured.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check.
Everyone, take a break.
I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Did you count them, Tim? Is it really that many? Damn.
You've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
Yeah, it kills quite a few people, I guess.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets
Regrets?
about your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Oh yeah, the Lobos thing.
The boss is dead.
Oh, you're just supposed to be saying it's a wolf.
Big boss.
Close enough.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, Big Boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
You're just a little coyote. No, it's a wolf.
Smells like a rotting corpse.
Doesn't matter. You're still dying. You're still gonna get. You're still roadkill.
Selena Yarsk, 10 years ago,
You were involved.
the operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Reeks of death. Okay, close enough.
Back in Langley. What the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, it's definitely stiff translation.
Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim
But
is
that's
a
what it
new
sounds like to me. Like
world
you're gonna die all the same.
Detente, the NPT, SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Well, why would he be
when
calling
the
him
commander
a
of a Russian
coyote
sub
first?
refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the
That
world
skull
from
and the
all-out
MSF
nuclear
logo there.
war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coltman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him.
Seems like he only killed 2, maybe 3.
Take him away.
Snake, I hope you can hear me. Word is you've been captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
There's that one tape that's not a conversation between Snake and someone else. Instead, Snake got captured. Then Kaz figures it's a good time to hit on Amanda.
Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
We'll do all the extra torture sessions here.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
Rise and shine. Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers that make sense. Now, what do you know? Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not?
What, is she a scientist?
Answer me. Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
Motorboating action.
You hate me? Fine. Turn it up. It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me! Admit it! She sacrificed her life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it. Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you!
I don't want to see what happens when you die now. I remember maybe having it done once.
Why?
I wonder where the checkpoint is. It starts.
He's passed out.
There might not be a checkpoint. Usually there aren't checkpoints, but
Get in there!
maybe the torture's different. Shit, if I was gonna try, I should try it right away. Because now the second, so there's a little bit of additional dialogue if you stay in the cell. There's just like in MGS1, a second, a third session of the torture. We also have one of the best things ever in the whole game here. Even though I got the ID card, I'm still gonna get the jigsaw. This is the greatest thing ever in this game. So I could escape right now, but we're gonna get those 2 extra sessions of torture.
Press the L1 and R1 buttons alternately to use the jigsaw, but try not to make too much noise.
You can check to the side here. We go use a jigsaw. And then the guard comes back. You might think you're screwed or you have to cancel out of the animation, but no, Snake does something. Oh shit, there's a guard. Quick, act casual. wait. Act more casual. Yeah, nice weather today.
Checks out okay.
That's so funny. I don't know. We don't actually need to use the jigsaw. It's so fucking funny. When I found that, I lost my shit. We can also break into the other cell for some reason. I don't think this one is a card reader, right? Yeah. Imagine trying to escape into the next cell. They get pissed too if you do that. Alright, we'll just wait here. Oh shit. I guess.
What are you doing?
Oh shit.
Where did you get these?
I guess you can't start it in front of them.
Are you alright?
Shit.
Snake!
Okay, I was just wondering about that. So the checkpoint is after the first session. Probably. Fuck, man. Okay.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Punch the mirror. Alright, we'll just sit still. It's a huge bed.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
He has wrapped.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that? 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 Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Oh, I wonder if we can piss him off. Oh yeah, and then they yell at you. Stop it! I think if you do it enough times.
Quiet, you.
Is it in this game? Where the fuck is that line?
Stop it!
Yep. That escalated quickly.
Quiet, you.
First she says it nicely and then
Stop it!
understandable reaction.
Quiet, you. Stop it! Come on!
Set up in there what?
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
I guess the second one isn't too great. The third one is a little bit more. Snake kind of fucks with Strangelove to the point where she tells him to shut up instead of talking. Is it this one? I don't remember.
Kill me now.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Stop it.
Shut up.
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up!
You want me to talk or not? Where is it? Oh, these laughing. Oh, I see. It was a reference to this.
Take him away.
Of course, in Japanese, due to the game's rating, they couldn't have torture in it. So these electric shocks are officially they're tickle. They're tickle torture. They're renamed to laughing stocks, and supposedly Snake is laughing there. Tickle torture in Japanese.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Yep. We got one more before it starts repeating. Yeah, they just had Otsuka laugh instead of motorboating. The pixel health is missing, it's bothering me. Sakurai. You didn't get the. You didn't quite get the sarcasm genes, did you? Change your pants. Or the sense of humor genes.
Checks out okay. Quiet, you.
I need a new pair of pants.
Stop it!
Yep. Yeah, I was just thinking of big the bed is. Or long.
Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Up the voltage. Tell me. Tell me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Tell me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
I mean, I should have played
Get in there!
the tape before we captured it. Well. Right now we can get out because it just repeats from here.
Don't be getting any ideas.
The door does make noise though. If you open it when he's too close, he'll hear it. It could be good now.
The enemy's here!
Always do this shit. Don't get close enough to the pillar. Oh well. This bit of shotgun to the face, it's fine. Oh, poor guy. We can fuck with the control panel. Either when you do the torture and co-op, or to rescue the other prisoner here.
He's gone. Flush him out.
Get some Fultons, some indoor Fultons.
We're counting on you, boss. Our future is in your hands.
I know it is
All
not
generic faults now.
We're counting on you, boss. Our future is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
All right. Fulton
There's a
recovery
little bit
helicopter
messy,
is complete.
Not only indoors, I'm gonna look at it clipping through.
It's good to hear your voice again. Sorry.
It's not an oversight. It's very intentional.
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine. I better get moving.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
Alright, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
Heavy lifted with the 51 months. Thank you.
Right, Bong.
You're doing FOBs without the wormhole, Fulton? What are you doing? Alright. Hey, Max with bits. Thank you. Oh no, what happened to the Walkman development? The Rydongs. What happened? Did we lose them? Let's see. R&D team went down. Maybe somebody got sick or some shit. This guy. It's his fault that the Walkman's development was halted. Get out of here.
You're fired.
I don't care if you're wounded, sick. Kojima and R&D. With this guy. You don't go past mission to. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. That is really cute. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. I know this is this is opening a huge can of worms, but I'll just keep it simple. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters in that shit game. guess we haven't. I don't need a Thompson grade 2. I think you're gonna have a stroke watching me play then, because you'll realize that nothing matters. Resources, development, platforms, staff, Fultoning, none of that shit matters. Oh shit. That's crazy.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
And allegedly there's staff, maybe? Fuck, let's continue.
Time's running short. Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
Oh my god, no, don't do it. The menus, they do nothing. They mean nothing. Imagine having to go through staff management in Phantom Pain. Oh god.
Enemies that coordinate their attacks are too much trouble.
I guess they
just steer clear.
They at least try to trick people into thinking all that shit matters. Should be a crime because the actual human life hours that people would waste on that.
What is it?
And it does nothing effectively. It just gives you a bunch of menus to crunch numbers through that it really shouldn't, and it doesn't matter.
Walker can't be far. Hurry.
Is someone? Enemy assault!
And if you get overly analytical with it, you might easily waste hundreds of hours on it. That shouldn't be allowed. They should respect your time. That's one thing to play the game for 200 hours, one thing to move staff around the menu for 200 hours.
It's
too
late, big boss.
Snake!
Boss. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with.
Let's just leave it alone.
Care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete. Finished.
I'm pretty sure all of it is
With the
non-story.
boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal part. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy. I'll let you in on a little secret, big boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone.
Can I just ask something, Sakura? Do you happen to be from Germany?
Warhead CEP.
Are you German?
I wonder who'll
just
miss
wondering.
a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, We're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory.
It's too bad that Ragnarok isn't here.
And deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable.
You two should talk. He was here earlier.
The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
Okay.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly
I don't know, Nair. Are you in Argentina?
Here and now. And the Peace Walker project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch.
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
My experience with Ragnarok has been that he obsesses over every single little number, digit, detail, and insane grind on everything that he plays. And he told me that I think we concluded that it's a German thing. So I was wondering if Sakurai is also from Germany. To me, it's just a gigantic waste of time once you hit the very minor thing. There's diminishing returns, you know? You develop one gun and you're good for the whole game. Develop that one gun. What makes the most sense.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode.
But especially the staff. The staff authentication is no excuse how bad it is, how irrelevant it is. I don't know, I wouldn't call spending 800 hours to make one weapon that you'll never use, or if you do use it, it costs an arm and a leg, and if you do use it and you pay an arm and a leg, it's for a mode that repeats endlessly. I wouldn't call that competent. I wouldn't call going into every outpost, putting people to sleep, tranquilizer to the head, walk up to them and Fulton them, and repeat 12 times, because of course there's 12 people, when you could just be doing the damn mission objective and realize that you could just do it already with what you have. I wouldn't call that efficient or competent. I would call that a fucking waste of time falling for the game's padding thing. So, I don't know. That's the liberating thing to realize. You don't need to shoot that guy in the hand, walk up to him, play the Fulton animation, and wait for him to be Fulton, and then repeat times 12 for all the guards there. No. That easily quadruples your time wasted on things. You stop seeing the level design, the missions for what they really are. Maybe that's why people think, or people don't realize that the level design is just non-existent. It's much more satisfying to sneak around and not bother walking up to everybody. Or it's even more satisfying not even interacting with them. But that's a different, more extreme case of it. Clearing every area of Fultoning everybody and putting them to sleep, walking up to them and repeat. That's not even sneaking around at that point. It's just fucking checklist. I don't know. It's bad. It's so bad. Whatever. Imagine actually being able to distract people, walk away from people, hide behind something, and wait for them to turn or make noise, or just go there and do the thing you're supposed to do without checklist this guy, checklist that guy, checklist this next guy, and then what? The fucking level's empty when you're done, and then you do your objective. Is that a challenge? That sounds like a gigantic fucking waste of time. Plus, undoing what level guard placement design there is to get to the objective, ruining that for you. Okay, I think this is easily something that can get me really fucking frustrated, especially when it's Phantom Pain, so I would just leave it at that. And just say that it sucked.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Alright.
Let's rock.
You're just ruining little logic in the enemy versus objective placement and design there is, among other things. Congratulations, you Fulton a C rank guy that will automatically get fired without you even having an input on things. Like the next loading screen or check. Can you give me one good reason that you should Fulton this E rank that at the next checkpoint gets fired automatically? You spent 5 minutes clearing the whole base of them. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Spend 15 minutes clearing a base and then automatically fire everybody. Oh fuck, missed the prompt that was right there. There are no S+ ranks in single player. Also, same thing with the analyzer. Even developing the analyzer and spending 2-3 seconds, 5 seconds for everybody's stats to load. Look at and load. You have to look at everybody and wait for that annoying sound effect of the analyzer. Every time you look at somebody, it does a sound effect. And then you have to look at them for a few seconds. And then you have to look at everybody. Looking at the ranks is completely fucking useless here. Just do the damn mission. You'll see you can do it. Opening in single player is completely fucking useless, because if you want something, you just do the FOB event, or you use your whatever they're called, PF points, and get those S plus people from there. I cannot even begin to explain how big of a fucking waste of time it is to Fulton people in single player in Phantom Pain. It's actually absurd. The only thing that even makes any sense to develop weapons for is doing FOBs. So you set your eyes on whatever weapon you want to make, and you get whatever staff from doing FOBs to make it. And even then, that's just to keep doing more FOBs. I need this weapon so I can do more FOBs, so I can get more staff, so I can get more weapons, so I can do more FOBs. So I can get more weapons, so I can do more FOBs, so I can get more weapons, so I can do more FOBs, so I can get more weapons. Jesus. It is the end leads to fucking nothing. We need to get the bomb again. A brain dead prison. Okay, yeah, the single player is useless. The FOB shit doesn't really lead to anything. It's the... what? At least in Peace Walker, once you do everything, you get the secret phone call. And there's all the silly stuff you can do in co-op. Those weapons are worth developing. And you literally cannot do some missions in Peace Walker if you don't develop the correct weapons for it. It's not feasible to do some of the higher level things without Fulton Mines, Fulton Launcher, the bandana even to some degree, the rocket launchers that do enough damage to the later bosses. So like, it's literally necessary in Peace Walker to develop things. Phantom Pain, lol. Who gives a shit? Okay, well. That applies to basically everything. Oh! I can't believe I missed that. I cannot believe I missed that. Now, having 2 helicopters instead of 1 in Mother Base, and having a smaller swapped Ocelot Ghost walk around and do nothing in Mother Base is not fixing the game, sorry. Infinite Heaven is not fixing the game. Oh, there's 2 helicopters instead of 1 in Mother Base. I could model swap this random guy to with Ocelot and pretend that there's Ocelot in Mother Base. So how sad is that? There we go.
You've got to stop the action button as fast as you can.
That game's problem is so inherently entrenched in the design that you just have to scrap the whole thing. You can't fix that game with mods.
Drive motor charging.
Oh shit. Deeply rooted problems. I don't know. Why are we talking about some calls? Cats moving. And I've been mulling about things. I do these calls sometimes. What extra dialogue are you thinking of? If only there was something that more closely resembles Monster Hunter in this game. Well, they can't fix the calibers. Even if they wanted to, they can't. There just aren't enough. Were they gonna create more ammo types out of nowhere that you can pick up and develop? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Oh, you mean extra dialogue? That's in the second fight. That's when it's, you know, in 4 legs. That's when they comment on it. There's the back ammo and hip ammo. And that's it. Side ammo, maybe, whatever they call it. Now the best mod you can install for MGSV is called Shift Delete Enter. You select the folder where the game is installed, and you hold Shift, you press Delete and Enter. An install wizard. The Peace Walker's nuke can just be stopped by shooting at it with an M16. Yeah, it's like a puppy. Especially later when it's all wounded and stuff. Makes you feel bad for it.
Snake, it's getting away!
It's a real torture.
There it is. It's still in range.
Yeah, foreshadowing.
Peace Walker's estimated top speed on level terrain is 25 miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Haas is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning.
Oh, that's right. We put Kia back. Then Kia but louder. Oh no. There's also the challenge task. Let's not forget about the challenge task. That gives you more free shit. So you have the PF menu, you have the FOB event menu, and then you have the challenge tasks.
Peace Walker's getting away.
maybe when the servers die. But at that point, there's already no reason to open shit for the single player. So if the servers die, that's it. No more FOBs. No more having to make weapons. Would actually be quite liberating, except they're the same servers as Metal Gear Survive, I'm pretty sure. When that happens, Survive won't be playable at all. Unless somebody mods it or something, or they make a fake DNS for it or some shit. The few people who play Survive might care about that. Since you always have to be online, even in single player.
Approaching the border.
See you around, big boss.
Holy, look at that. Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Hang in there.
Don't worry, the horse will be back in Delta.
Snake.
Have they shown any screenshots of the horse yet?
They've got Paz too.
Yeah, but
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop
They're
Peace
fucking
Walker.
up everybody's face in Delta already, so
Paz.
That's crazy.
I wonder
Paz won't know
about the
anything.
horse.
He probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying,
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There is a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coleman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a US-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coleman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Snake. Peace Walker has crossed the border and entered a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Kosibolka. Coldman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Rio San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to El Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be 1 mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
We'll just bring our aircraft carrier for this.
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua.
Hold on, it's been 5 minutes since we shoved them just presenting in your face.
Snake.
Chico.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life.
This is probably my least favorite part of the game right here. He's re-recorded them, just 3 lines. It really shows you that they can't do it again.
The survivor will carry on the fight.
I hope they keep the re-recorded lines at a minimum for Delta.
Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one snake.
Both Eva and the boss just I was maybe intentional, but why? Like, why were they directed to sound so much less confident? Especially the boss, like, it's so weird. Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta do it.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. So the operation itself was greatly expanded.
Ninja 3 just comes out every few years, yeah.
The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. That was her final mission. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Something's not right. Key card doesn't look too bad.
What do you think?
Gonna need some help. This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got in without a hitch.
Good. There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the lake. That's where they'll conduct the launch. There's a communications tower in front of you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Cuz, they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
Alright, fine then. I've kind of gotten attached to the place myself. What about Amanda and her people?
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And Snake. Don't forget the bad guys have got Paz.
I won't.
We're prepping a few backup units. Don't let them launch, Snake. We're counting on you.
See the communications tower to the west? Head for that, Snake. Head for the communications tower. Head for the communications tower. There's no doubt about it. This place has been taken over by Soviet troops. What the hell's been going on here?
The doorknob right now.
Soviet soldiers? They certainly look different from the people who captured me.
Head for the communications tower. Head for the communications tower. Head for the communications. Head for the communication. Head for the communications tower.
Miller's rap for this level.
Head for the communications. 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 Head for the communications tower. It's to your west.
Okay, I guess that's the only call.
You can't let them
Oh,
launch that
there we go.
nuke.
If they fire that nuke, it could kill millions of birds.
Yeah, the birds are the problem.
Head for the communications. You can't let them launch that nuke.
If they fire that nuke,
Head for the communications. You can't let them launch. We're counting on you, boss.
if they fire that nuke,
Head for the communications.
Okay.
There's no doubt about it. This place has been taken over by Soviet troops. What the hell's been going on here?
Soviet soldiers? If they fire that...
Non-lethal and healing guns. Because they have the most stamina, I guess. Wait, you can level healing guns on NPCs? I guess it's still used. Counts as being used. Oh, they have a multiplier on headshot.
Head for the communications.
If they fire that nuke...
You can't
Same
let
calls
them
here.
launch.
This place is a mess!
What?
Those docks are well
Oh,
appointed.
okay.
They'd be great as a base for outfitting AI weapons. Our future is in your hands. Head for the communications.
If they fire that nuke...
Looks like a repair dock, and it connects to that canal beyond the gate. We're counting on you, boss.
That place is crazy. I'm fine in the woods, but I'd get lost there in no time.
You can't let them launch that nuke! Head for the communications.
That dock is enormous. Just imagine if Los Nicos had access to something like that.
That dick is enormous. I mean,
Our future is in your...
That place is
that's the second call that Amanda has now. It sounds like a dick joke. That's a enormous dock you got there.
Looks like a repair dock. Those docks are well appointed.
That dock is enormous.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith if they fire that nuke...
We're counting on you, boss.
That dock is enormous.
Wait.
Okay.
We're under attack. Going to alert status.
Never mind then.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
What's going on? Here he is.
Oh, what the fuck? Didn't give me the prompt. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
HQ,
Oh,
come in.
what the fuck was that?
HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Understood. Return to base.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Careful now. There's almost nowhere to hide here.
You can't let them launch that nuke! I know it is not. I do not like it, boss. This place is ripe for an ambush.
Our future is in...
If they fire that nuke...
We're counting on you, boss.
Anything else
I
here?
know it is not...
Our future is in your hands. Careful now. Head for the communications tower.
I do not like it, boss.
That dog is enormous.
Pause.
Snake,
Can you hear me?
That's the damage or
I can
the
hear you.
healing amount that matters for? I don't know. One
I don't
day,
recognize it.
I'll level everything.
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Guys.
Snake, you okay? All MSF's ready to move out. They're headed your way on the double.
Are you serious?
There's a skeleton crew manning the base. Everyone else is en route to the base in Nicaragua.
Multiple.
Snake, think you can make it to that control tower?
How many
Why? But this place is crawling with Russian troops. You're gonna have to force
carriers and shit do they
What the
have?
hell's going on?
Damned if I know.
Thousands
Get
and
over there quick as you can.
thousands of
You're
people.
almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake,
I'm coming, Paz.
do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
We may have overdone a little with his Fultoning business, if that's their force now. Yeah. That for 300. Maybe they just figured it would take people a long time to get to this part. That you would have Fulton thousands of people by then. I don't know.
Snake, Peace Walker's being controlled from the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
That's why I will go naked. Naturally.
Let's rock.
Rank 1, Thompson. Oh, we have the throne marker now. Good. And then I guess doesn't matter.
patrolling Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the
What?
way you came, then head north
How the
from
shit did it hit me? Seems like on the journey through the whole thing. Not like that other game. There's a beginning, an end, and a path. Imagine that. You can see it in the map, especially when you select missions in different areas. Not that map. The bigger world map. When you select missions and stuff. What is wrong with this controller? Why is it doing that? Hit. Maybe this analog is reaching its limit. Yeah, just about a million little details that are not there in Phantom Pain regarding the story progression and everything. And yep, of course.
RPGs, this could be trouble.
Some weird shit is happening. Everything is slowing down. Even the right stick. What the fuck? What the hell is that? You got it. What the fuck? Damn. I think this controller might have bought it. Yep, when I go all the way down at certain angles, it does that. Shit. It's like the worst place for that. Needs to be cleaned. Fuck, I just wish another controller for now. Did I just turn off the system instead of the controller? I do that all the fucking time. Oh well. Instead of turn off controller, I turned off the system. It's too close. Those two options are too close. That's okay. Good thing there's autosave at every mission. Whoops. Ugh. I was wondering why everything went black for a second. Yeah, see, those two things are right next to each other. Damn. They accidentally the whole thing. On this guy. It's almost time for Heavens to Ride too.
Let's rock.
And switch to supply marker this time. That's okay. Maybe I wouldn't even need it. But this controller doesn't.
Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the way you came, then head north from there.
I don't get how the fuck they're hitting me from here. This is like camping. There we go. You got too close. What?
Your objective lies beyond the gate.
Miss every shot. Oh shit.
This terrain leaves you completely exposed.
Oh fuck's
Can
sake.
you make something to conceal yourself?
I think I didn't plug in the USB all the way. And it disconnected on me for a second. Fuck. More controller shenanigans. Oh, got that guy too. Let's put that 45. Just can't help it. SMGs in this game, not shooting straight. Okay. Okay, so where was I? Maybe it's a good time to check if the controller is actually charged. Good enough. That's all I can hear, this alarm.
Watch out for the gunship. There's nowhere to run. You've got to take those guys down.
Judith?
This thing is so fucking annoying. Trying to aim at him and they do that. Yep. Oh, nice. An RPG for breakfast.
So much for your cover. You better do something about that chopper.
This Divide featuring the annoying alarm sound in the back.
No, not outside. You'll be shot dead in
Well.
a second.
Big Boss can shoot down with 45 ACP. Come on. I mean, you do use a machine gun here, but this is funny. The helicopter is so weird. It's not treated like any other helicopters in the game. It has so little health. Yeah, it doesn't have all the boss mechanics to it.
Look, Snake, the gate. These must be the last of them. Finish them off and head on through.
When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight without tiny souls?
God damn it.
Like the sun through the doubt and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the air draws near? When heavens divide, time will come.
I usually fuck with that guy for a bit, but whatever.
Then I can see her face that I long to see.
Snake!
Big Boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
Go! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Commandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from U.S. hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big Boss.
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big Boss!
Big Boss! Big Boss!
Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss! Big Boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softy, Snake.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Paz can stay with us until she's back on her feet.
And the professor?
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Back with her compas. She'll catch up later. How about you, Snake?
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
I didn't bring her back to life because I was forced to. I wanted to know how she really felt. How it really ended.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it. Aiming a weapon alone doesn't make it a deterrent. You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our agreement, remember? The army's leaving Costa Rica now. The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance. Norred's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data sent to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum MLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the great destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand, she's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war!
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have they contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die. No one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone.
This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. We have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
But if it did launch, maybe it wouldn't have to go to fucking Camp Omega after. Launch the nuke with Gordon's ears.
It's calculating ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over. Snake, you've got to destroy the platform.
Alright. 15 minutes of launching missiles at this thing. It really sucks with the starting missile launchers.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Snake, you have to stop the launch. It's going to strike Cuba.
I know.
The situation's changed completely now that it has been upgraded. I do not know if your old tactics will work, but the basic strategy remains the same. Try to anticipate what it's going to do before it does it, so you probably won't have as much time to stand around staring.
Wasn't counting on it. I'll manage somehow.
Snake! You have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Combat.
Let's see. Chaff. Supply marker. Healing stuff. What is this Phantom Pain music?
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Yeah, I'm so slow in this thing.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
1 minute to launch. Self-defense system online. Firing rocket launcher. Commence ignition. 30 seconds to launch.
We're running out of time. It's about to launch. It's gonna launch. Do something. It's gonna launch. It's gonna launch. We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry. Try to get a read on its rocket's firing pattern.
Thought about it.
Jump engaged.
Take out those missiles before they go below ground. Aim for the lead joints.
Jump engaged. Rocket launcher.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
I'm also fucking around back there.
Jump engaged.
Yeah, right.
Jump engaged.
Shit, like nothing left.
Initializing nuke. Switching to self-defense mode. Firing rocket launcher.
It's just like fulfilling a random asshole in the desert. Reminds me of that, yeah.
PM pulse at maximum. Firing rocket launcher. Left right rocket charging.
It'll be sent out shortly.
Still looking.
Left right rocket charging. Jump engaged.
Keep missing the good spots.
Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. Opening missile hatch.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
1 minute firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle. Switching to
Nope.
self-defense mode. Firing rocket launcher.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Firing tail missiles.
Do you have enough ammo? Remember what it does before it charges. It's in your hands, Link. Those drill missiles burrow underground to reach their target.
Firing tail missiles.
Remember what it does before it charges. Trust is in your hands, Blake. Duck behind the warehouse when it's about to charge.
Oh shit.
Use the left stick to resist. You can do it.
It was a little spin at the end there.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Was it time? Yep.
You've got to
Tap
stun
the
mode.
action button as fast as you can. How can anybody possibly throw a monster like that? He's a miracle.
It only weighs 500 tons. Okay. Oh, you bitch.
Firing rocket launcher.
Okay, now's your chance.
Jump engaged. Jump engaged.
Don't EMP, please. It's 500, not 10.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh shit. Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't even do that on purpose. Somehow managed to go back exactly where the box was gonna be. Nice.
Face me. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set.
Yes, please, I need a second to reload.
1 minute to launch.
She's going back into nuclear launch mode. Stop her, Snake.
Firing rocket launcher. Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged.
The walk.
Launching S-mines.
It's peace walking.
Launching S-mines.
Ass mines. Walking.
Launching S-mines. 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 Jump engaged. Launching S-mines.
One more.
Flamethrower engaged.
Come on. Okay. Oh, I can give you a pump this time.
Flamethrower engaged.
Maybe there's some ammo around. Nope. Okay. Oh, there it was. Good thing it didn't get me in the head again.
Jump engaged.
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Yuri, how's NORAD?
Not good!
B-Muse continues to track the targets on radar.
The SP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No, I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the president. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious. There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race. This is the president's
I don't know who these extras are,
There's no
but
time for that. We
those
need
lines
a
are so
decision
bad.
now.
You can't be serious.
Call NORAD.
There's
We have
no
to tell
way.
them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
They're just cheesy on purpose. I don't know.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coldman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The president?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
he claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it.
Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
Okay, now, if we somehow mess this up, we'll have to do the whole fight all over again. But there's plenty of time to get all the memory boards out. But also, if you wait a little bit towards the end, you get some extra lines.
Into the man you are today, just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to use to hurt things. So then, what is an enemy? Is there such thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited.
40-part radios.
I will devote my skills to that purpose.
I'm rich.
And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Copas. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. Fox jumps over the lazy dog.
I did a 5-star Foxhound run, which took like a week, and several people's help before I fought him. I still haven't done it. Before getting all the AI boards for Zeke. Those are the ones for Zeke, not these like unique story ones. But that must be crazy. But the #1 craziest thing in this game to grind is the usage level for all weapons. That is insane. For all levels of all weapons, there's 3 usage levels depending on how much you use them. You become a little more accustomed to them. And there is an insignia, which is kind of like an achievement thing in the game, to do with all weapons. There's hundreds of weapons. They each have like 3 to 5 ranks each, and each of those ranks have 3 usage levels each. So they're like, what the f? It's insane. I don't know how many weapons there are exactly. I feel like it's more than just 4. That's way here. Maybe we'll get the scissors. Yep.
I need scissors. 61.
But I guess it makes sense when it's supposed to be a portable game, right? You're supposed to have it with you and just listen to the tapes at your own pace, do these achievements at your own pace, play a little bit at a time over, an extended period of time, so that you always have a little bit of something, some grinding to do. Sitting down and doing it at a console, especially during a marathon, sounds crazy. That wasn't really the way it was intended. Unlike a certain other game. Let me just stop there. Imagine that you're commuting in Japan every day of your life, and you have your PSP on you. You turn on the game, you have thousands of hours on it. And there's always still a little something left to do. You might put 30 minutes on it or something every once in a while. So with that in mind, I can understand why some of these insignias are crazy to get.
Valid data regions. 0. Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod.
Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here! Why?
I don't understand. Answer me. Tell me why.
This is a pretty cool theme here.
Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation.
No, don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog!
If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream. Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up Mammal's dying wish.
No. Stop it. Don't just sit there. Stop it!
In the next phase of the fight, we have to do exactly nothing. It's just time-based. Wait, what the hell am I doing?
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent.
No tapes about it, nothing, just... okay.
Survival.
I'm 16 in 1911. Nope. Buy a whole Excel sheet for your weapon usage. I mean, it's not like you can get duplicates of those, right? So why don't you just keep doing it until they... I mean, as long as there's boards showing up, right? I don't know. I never did grind those. But I don't think there's duplicates. Does this work? Let me shoot a nuclear missile here. Usually you can just get everything that appears. I don't know. Well, it'll be one of the later things. Help you.
Is there nothing we can do? I'm scared, Amanda.
Do something, Snake.
Do something, Snake! This will mean the end of the world!
Do something, Snake! Oh God! We're all doomed! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake!
I'm scared, Amanda.
Do something, Snake!
This will mean the end of the world!
Is that a hydrogen bomb? Let's do it. Oh, wait, I guess that makes sense.
180 seconds. 175 seconds. 170 seconds. 165 seconds. 160 seconds. 155 seconds. 150 seconds. 105 seconds.
That voice. What?
What's going on? That song.
Boss, is that you?
How in the...
A ghost in machine? She's drowning herself to stop the transmission.
Look!
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle.
Is that the song that Kojima wanted to get instead of sing?
In the end, it was you who put down your gun
No way.
and
I guess Kojima doesn't fucking know.
They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right? And still, all you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on
I was
hoping.
just thinking about it. Yeah, Kojima didn't want to get. Kojima originally wanted to put some other song here, but I didn't know it was that. Ugh. Yeah, no. Once he got his foot in the door, slowly, it took years and hundreds of millions of dollars. But now he's with the cool kids, Hollywood actors and directors and whatnot. Which, I don't know. It's not like those people play his games and admire him. I don't know. It's probably just old, boring money involved, you know?
Just sing a song.
Of course, this game has a decency to tell you to be continued in Chapter 5. Even at the credits, they mean nothing. Let's see, 1974, 75, 79, 80, 1983, and 1985. Nothing happened in 1984. We continue to Mission 51 on YouTube.
Petals of white cover fields flowing in grieving tears, and all the hearts once new, owned and just wonder why. Cold as a dart, now my words are frosted with every breath. Still the hate burns wild, growing inside this heart. When the wind changes course, when the stars align, I will reach out to you and leave this all behind. When heavens divide. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay me down. Then I can see a face that I long to see. And for you, oh you, I would give anything, leaving a trace for love to find the way. When heavens divide. I will dive into the fire, spilling the blood of my desire. The very last time, my name scorched into the sky. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay
Hey, Ginger Gamer with a 5-pack. Gift of subs. Thank you so much. So, this is just the first ending. There's a lot more stuff left to do.
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point, including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
Alright, this ending.
Got a sec, Snake?
What's up?
It's about Paz. You know she doesn't have any family. She got a scholarship thanks to Zadornov and was living at the dorms, but he was KGB. All signs are her scholarship came from the KGB too. Even if they let him go, she's not going to be seeing any more money.
It wouldn't have been much anyway.
So, I was wondering, what about letting her stay here for a while?
What does she think?
She says she wants to help out. It would only be temporary. She's still in shock. Right now, no one understands her better than we do.
Okay, but Kaz, don't take your eyes off her.
What do you mean?
It won't be easy getting used to this kind of life.
I know, Snake. I'm not trying to turn her into one of us. You should talk to her yourself later.
Okay.
And, Dr. Strangelove wants to come too.
Strangelove?
Well, she's out of a job now, and she'd have a problem returning to England. You can talk to her about it. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you how good she'd be for R&D.
So what we have here with the first ending is basically a recreation of MGS3's ending, where the boss lets Snake win. Essentially, the boss, in order to prevent nuclear war, basically kills herself. In MGS3 by letting Snake win, and here by drowning itself as the Peace Walker AI to stop the transmission. Let's go to the Strangelove tapes. Really good stuff. Some of the best tapes in the game. And she goes over all that stuff. The ghost in the machine.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But, if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being?
Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply
Bisexual.
thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain? What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response, and not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. pity for the weak, grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see. Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed. Expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI, that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not going to leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking...
Whoops. Let me just get that.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive?
Yes. It aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress?
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Huh. Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act?
Yes. By inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. the nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here, to Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to—
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Let's go take a look at Huey's tapes here.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL. And then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again. You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing.
I'm supposed to do this one first.
Now there's a good name.
So the memory boards affect Zeke, the mock battle. I don't think it changes because it's Paz piloting it during the main story battle. But for the mock battle, if you want to practice against it, then yeah, it'll change a lot depending on how many memory boards you put in it.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod.
I don't know how we missed these tapes earlier.
We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean. The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own. Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Who's the boss?
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission, the one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
Okay, we got some more tapes past the first ending here. And then we'll start building up Z.
Hey, Snake. I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind a loving family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Okay, boss. You're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero. Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of human is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold, digital data, where feelings are irrelevant. March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, Mom, it's me, Kazuhira. As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war. but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
Yeah. How about that? Oh, this is way more important.
Snake, the R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for 2 people. Same as any other cardboard box. Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Kaz. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant!
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Kaz, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it.
It's a masterpiece, in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
What is that? A tank? I like it.
Puss?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero-emissions vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice work, Kaz. I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me?
I don't know why we have this tape now. I don't think we unlocked that. Maybe from the one outer op I did? Let me see if it's there. Oh shit, it is. Okay. We have 3 of those. To really use it to its full extent, though, you have to do it in co-op. One player drives, and one's the gunner. Yeah, you can't really fire it if you're by yourself. You can only hide under it. Okay, let me get through all these here. Bunch of stuff going on after the first ending, and Paz joins too. Okay.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Paz.
I was thinking Strangelove.
I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not?
I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Professor Galvez was a KGB spy? I thought he helped me out of genuine concern for Costa Rica's future.
You didn't know?
How could I? Believe me, Snake. He introduced himself as a peace researcher at the university. He had an office and credentials and everything.
They're masters at creating cover personas. They think of everything. ID papers, jobs, sometimes even families. Don't feel bad you didn't see through it.
But you did?
From the first time we met.
I wish you had told me.
Sorry. I didn't know if it'd be right. You might have gotten mixed up in things you shouldn't.
That is impressive, though. Sizing him up at a single glance.
He reeked.
Reeked?
He had this unmistakable air about him. The air of someone who's been given a mission and will see it through no matter what. Like me. I could just smell it.
That is amazing, Snake.
I'm just kidding. It was his prosthetic hand. Why would a professor from a peace university need a tool for assassination?
Wonder she got concerned there for a second that Snake really could smell spice. But he was just fucking with her.
Snake, I need your opinion. How strong are the enemy's mercenaries?
They're well trained. They've got more than enough men. Seasoned, too. A lot of them probably saw action in Vietnam. They're a tough bunch. And armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever seen a mercenary force field that many tanks and attack choppers.
It shows how much cash they have to throw around. And connections. How did they get access to such weapons?
How do you think? They're backed by the one and only CIA.
And here we are. Half of us farmers and the other half students. Children even. And weapons. We're so short on guns we have to steal them from the enemy. As much as I hate to say it, we're always going to be on the defensive.
I know.
And mi viejo. Without him, we...
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if we can win. Can we, Snake?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
But...
Amanda,
What?
listen to me. Don't ever let your men hear you talk like that. You're their leader, and a leader has to stand tall, even when times get tough, when it feels like the fear and uncertainty could crush you. You're the one your comrades look to for reassurance. That's what a leader is. Don't forget it.
Snake.
If you're looking for comfort, go find a church. That's all I've got to say.
You are right. I am sorry. I need to pull myself together.
You'll be fine. I know you have it in you.
Thank you, Snake. La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So,
It is an insult to us Nikos.
because of the guy you were talking about, Walker.
See, although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire. Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker. Ha!
What happened to Walker in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
Amanda, you getting used to Mother Base?
Yes, it is heaven compared to living in the mountains. We are no longer constantly on the run from La Guardia or mercenaries.
Some of the new guys we recruited used to be mercenaries.
We are getting along. It was difficult at first, but once you talk to them, you realize we've got plenty in common.
I see. Good to hear.
We may be enemies, but we are all still human beings. La CIA soldiers, La Guardia. The same goes for the people of America.
What's gotten into you?
Mi viejo got involved with drugs in order to scrape together money for La Revolucion. He did whatever the KGB said, all for Nicaragua, or so he told himself. But I realize now, in the end, all he did was help poison young people of America.
Yeah.
I have made up my mind. Even when I leave Mother Base and return to La Revolucion, I will never turn to drugs, nor will I look to the KGB for help. If we topple Somoza using the KGB and drug money, we will lose the people's hearts.
So, you're choosing a different path from your father.
I still respect him, but I will not do things the way he did.
Well, I'm sure Chico will be glad to hear that.
Chico is a grown soldier now. I could not face him otherwise.
Well said, Amanda. Those are the words of a true Comandante.
Stop. I was inspired by the greatest Comandante I have ever known. Boss.
Ah.
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
I guess I missed some of these tapes earlier, that's why there's so many. It's fucking Chico's Chrysalis thing, picture. He ruins the country with it.
Is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO! I knew it! Los Yankees are working with the aliens!
I know it kind of looks that way, but...
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
Well, I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
Alright, do these for later. Let's go take a look at Mother Base. As Strangelove Zeke Zadornob. You can kind of see there as a hint that Paz has high intel ability too. That's just cooking. Yeah, I should get a bunch of stuff now. Okay. I don't really need any of it. Maybe chaff grenades are nice. Got Strangelove in here, also with boob physics. And the only female model that doesn't have boob physics is Paz, because you're just too flat for it. Clearly Kojima was trying to keep things innocent, right? Right? I sure hope they don't all get naked at some point. Alright, let's see what's going on with Zeke here. As always, we start from the crotch. When building a Metal Gear, start from the crotch. It's got nothing, just... Okay. Shit. Yeah, I know, I have that. What are we missing here? 2 head parts and 4 leg parts. Can we just keep these chicken legs on it? I wonder why Kojima he never did make any comments about sexualizing Paz and everything like that, right? He commented on the BMBs, he commented on Quiet, but Paz is pretty sexualized too. I don't think there's anything out there about it, right? Should have just kept doing that. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is build up Zeke. So I think we also don't have the railgun. It was 4 leg parts and 1 head part. Ah, fuck it, let's just go get some more. So at the same time, we'll be working a couple things. Also, we'll be getting the Strangelove tapes that she was talking about during her time with the boss, when she said, perhaps one day I'll tell you the long version. You can get the long version by doing the AI weapon boss battles again. That's also how we get more parts for Zeke. And as we do that, or any mission really, we also have the doorknob escape that starts chapter 5. There's a bunch of stuff going on at once here. Once we complete Zeke, it's pretty important because there's a whole bunch of calls and decisions that they make about it. We'll just do the pupa for a few times, get the tapes. This is a doorknob. We'll probably escape at some point soon.
Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack! That's an AI weapon, the pupa. It's fast, so be careful! Rise flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
I'm sure rolled.
Do you have enough ammo and there it is. That's the list. There it is.
Oh, come on.
There it is. There it is. That's cylindrical pod. There it is. There it is. That's cylindrical pod.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Shoot them, not me!
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh shit. Warning signs.
Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod! You should be able to get in the AI pod!
Doors here, maybe.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before
Oh,
the
this
pod's
is
ejected.
unlocked.
The black memory
Interesting.
boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
I guess it was mobility. Okay, here's the tape, huge ass tape in between the memory boards.
Unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI
weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. No good! That one's broken!
Was that the Phantom Pain board or something? Fox Engine memory board.
There's no need.
Let's see what we got. First Strangelove cassette tape.
Snake.
And then hopefully some leg parts, head part. Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, I also need the railgun. We don't have the railgun.
We fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
What is a nation? Mr. Patch Dirt. Let's see. Yeah, we need to do at least a couple more of these. One with the Chrysalis. Hopefully get the railgun. Because the railgun is necessary for Zeke to be considered complete.
Snake, that's the Chrysalis weapon.
Yeah. It probably might not matter just to get the call about it. But it definitely matters to get the final battle against it. But that's okay because we'll switch saves for that. Either way, we need stuff.
Take out the Chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all. Those rounds will chew through any wall you try to hide behind. Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose Attack the AI body up and get in the AI pod. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards.
Oh
Pull
shoot,
out the
hopefully
memory
you can
boards.
get it.
All the unlocked boards will have icons over them.
Okay, there it is. Sometimes, depending on which board you have unlocked, if you don't have any in a certain column, you have to go between those to get the tape. You can miss out on the tape.
Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up.
The railgun should be pretty common. Yeah, I just didn't get it this one time during the first story battle of this. It shouldn't be too bad to get.
Forget about any broken boards. Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about it. You'll get him back. That is as long...
Wrong instrument. There's a railgun. And we need one more leg part, I think. So we can get that from the pupa or something. I think it was...
Snake, we've got a problem.
Oh, there we go.
Zadornov's not in his cell.
What?
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars. But we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Okay, so we have... Yep, missing one head scrap.
Destroy the treads on the left and right to stop it from doing its punch attack! That's an AI weapon, the pupa. It's fast, so be careful!
Engaging shock units.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges. There will be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request.
Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod.
But first,
Shoot them, not me! You should be able to...
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
Shut up, Key.
There's no need for a human pilot.
Alright, there's a third tape, so at least we can listen to those now. And we got the head part, so we should also get the call about completing Zeke now.
Package for you, boss.
Oh, and
Yeah,
freaking
looks like a
Eva's
cassette tape.
thing
Don't
too.
worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
It's funny because Eva's tapes and these Strangelove tapes contain almost exactly the same information about how great the boss is, basically. It's just Strangelove's version, or from her memories at NASA with Boss, and Eva's message is all the stuff that the boss told her, supposedly, in MGS3 at some point, which also includes the reason that the boss was gone from Snake's life for 5 years, the reason that she killed Asaro, all that stuff. But other than that, there's a lot of overlap between the two.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had a chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time. Or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option. Especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said. And when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress. Not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding, of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times. But I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational. And yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie. I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. "Why?" I demanded. "How can you let yourself be their guinea pig?" Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. "Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe," she said, "because I'll do anything for the mission." She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced, and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer. The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow.
I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first space flight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, as summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me. But that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen. And I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else. I found myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less. She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only 2 possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life. I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
Alright, we'll do these Eva tapes later because they're very similar. Let's go find the doorknob now.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
And that starts Act 5.
Stuff.
We won't be finding him every single time now because he escapes a grand total of 7 times. We'll just get... Let's see, what do we have to get on this save? before switching. Finish Zeke. Get the tapes. I think we still have the call about them putting a nuke on it. That might be soon. The doorknob's gonna escape a couple times. But then we'll just switch to the other save soon. We're also gonna switch streamers pretty soon, so maybe we'll do both at the same time. Let's see.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
So he could be, he's in one of these bigger areas. It's here or over there. Let's see. I think it's random, changes every time. We'll have to do the as date and all the Monster Hunter stuff and a bunch of other little side ops. I don't like to show the variety of side ops in this game. It's a bunch of little silly, cute, detailed things. They're not just go Fulton, this random asshole in the desert, yeah. Let's see if maybe he's here. No, okay. He could also be down here, actually. Check inside there.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Nah, he's not there. Okay. And then I'll have to go.
You'll find that ugly Russian and bring his butt back here. I can't believe he tricked Bass like that.
Find Zadornov, Snake. Our future is in your hands.
Snake, find the doorknob.
Find him. Leave no stone unturned. You should have disposed of him when you had the chance.
There's only so many places to hide. Search every nook and cranny.
Find him.
Find Zadornov, Snake. Check any out-of-the-way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion Zadornov's around there.
You should have disposed of... I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Okay, he's got to be here somewhere.
What's that?
Could be here. Nope.
Freeze.
Maybe here. No, I hear a prisoner. Wow, he didn't see me. He's gonna be in here.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Yep.
Start talking. Down. Start talking. Down.
Damn. That'll be something you'll want to hear.
Talking. Down.
Heroism would rise as you acquire more insignias. Okay.
Try using Fulton recovery on him. recovery zone. We'll pick you up there. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
It gives us ultimate radar.
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to anyway?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake.
I was thinking about putting that guy down, but then I saw where the exit was and just went for it.
There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point,
Here we go.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibolka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate the lake, or fall into the hands of terrorists.
Creating another crisis.
Right. So while the White House is figuring out how to cover its ass, I thought we'd take some precautions.
What did you have in mind?
Load it onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. Of course, if you're not on board, we could always dispose of it. But it won't be easy getting another nuke. This is a golden opportunity.
Oh, so that's how you
We can
dispose of
always
a
get
nuke.
rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean. No one would ever know it's there. But if you want to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No, don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way, boss. So as long as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Nuclear power.
It's a very eco-friendly way to dispose of a nuke. Put it on a fishing boat and leave it in the middle of the ocean. Okay, cuz why do we even have storage facilities for that then? So that's the big decision that they make there that leads to the whole thing in Ground Zeroes, of course. Let's see. You can only see that call once. First time you complete Zeke and then do another mission or so. But it's a pretty important conversation that they have there. What should we do? Let's take a look at side ops I have available right now. David Snake Gear. Okay, it's not that much stuff right now, but I guess we'll do this.
How's Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov. But she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day. Even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
Tuxedo.
We're gonna need a couple messages here. This menu is a little annoying to deal with. Let's see.
Don't die on me.
Basically, we'll just grab a bunch of nice messages. Nice things to tell her. I'm not sure. There's... This one might not count. This one should work.
You're pretty good. You can do this. Good work. Impressive.
This menu, the worst menu in the whole game. Let's see.
Sorry, I just... Pace.
He's the worst. She likes that one. She likes box time. She likes this one. She likes this. Maybe good luck? I'm not sure. Already have impressive somewhere.
Good to have you.
Not my thing.
Not bad.
This one's fucked up.
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin.
Alright. And we'll need to. I wouldn't have the Walkman with her song on it right now, but we can do it later, I guess. Damn, I don't really have the box. Let's do it in the box tank. Remember she said she really liked the box tank? We'll do it in the box tank. Fuck it. And the camera. Alright, we'll go through some shenanigans first before doing the date proper. So this is how you start a date, right? Hello. Wait, that didn't work?
Huh?
No, she's pissed. And she's turning around. You know what? She's pissed, but I'll bet she'll still come in the box tank.
Room for one more? Over already?
Over already? If you don't do it properly, she'll comment on how quick the whole thing was. We only got -70 as affinity because all we did was piss her off. Nice.
Bisexual.
I guess I'll grab my other box now. Only got a C rank. Hold on.
What? You know, we are finally alone, Snake. Can you please stop that? What?
Uh-oh. counter secrecy. Wait a minute.
Boss, I'm sorry. Don't walk away. Boss!
I'm confused. Is this not how dates work? I thought Kojima knew everything about this. Alright, fuck it. We'll be nice now.
No, we are finally alone, Snake.
Actually, not yet.
I'll be sure to notify your next
I
kid.
don't have any family.
Whoops. That one's fucked up.
Creep!
I don't have any family. Oh.
Wait! Boss!
Now will be nice.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
We'll say stuff that she likes now.
Peace.
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 I like it.
I am so happy.
Good to have you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if she likes good luck. Let me see.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Good work.
Yeah.
Impressive.
What? No way.
Then once we reach a certain amount of affinity, things will change.
Peace.
Peace.
Impressive.
What? No way.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
Don't die on me.
Yeah, I am all right.
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Box time.
Yeah.
She's doing that animation. Might be maxed out.
Good to have you.
Yeah.
Now she should follow me. I don't know what she... There's also a message you can send to get her to follow, but normally she also does it if the affinity is high enough. Let's see.
Thanks.
I already used that one twice.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Yeah, we have the meow still to do.
Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Do you need a little tap, maybe?
Box time.
Yeah!
Good to have you. Good to have you.
Thanks.
I don't know why she's not following.
Impressive.
Thanks.
Alright, fuck it, let's just double check everything.
Good to have you.
That one's done.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah!
Oh, that one's still not done. There is a message to tell him to follow, yeah, but
Good luck.
I'm pretty sure she also follows when she likes you enough. But I'm gonna fucked it because there's, I don't know, there's some way to mess with it.
Not bad.
Thanks.
You can do this.
See, thanks.
Maybe it's because I was sitting still, spamming everything at once. I don't know. Maybe, oh, maybe if I, let's see, get down. And maybe when she gets up from that, she'll start walking around. Come on. Why are you not walking around?
Not bad.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe I should have grabbed the message that makes her follow for sure. Or maybe it's just Kaz that follows anyway? I don't know. Maybe the camera will...
I feel a little awkward.
Maybe you have to do it in a certain order, I don't know. But yeah, when she says that line, it means she's maxed out.
Good work.
Yeah.
Box time.
Thanks.
Yeah, you better thank me for box time. I wonder how far it works. Probably has to be within range of the radio messages or something. Oh, there we go. No, she's going for it. She stops when I walk away though. Oh. Okay, it doesn't do it from that far. That's about the range.
Room for one more.
Mission complete, and how?
I feel a little awkward.
Okay, now that the first date went so well, I gives you the Amanda uniform. I forgot about that. Now that the first date went so well, naturally the second date will be naked. That's how it works. Right, when you have a good first date, the second date, she's just naked. Ah, so that's how it works. See, now the CQC works. Instead of grabbing her boob, Snake will actually grab her when she's naked. Naturally, that's how it works, right?
Start talking.
I am not hiding anything from you.
Start talking.
Honest. You have to believe me.
The interrogation that Kaz wanted.
Start talking.
My name is Hutz. I love.
Start talking, bitch.
Start talking.
You better start talking.
Start talking.
This hurts. Let me go.
Start talking.
I stole some rations at Mother Base.
You fucking what? How dare you?
Start talking.
Snake! Please!
If you catch her just the right time, she wouldn't have time to leave. Ah, there you go.
Boss, I'm sorry.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
run away. Boss!
I just beat the shit out of you. I'm sorry. Oh, this is nothing for her training. She's used to it. It's nothing compared to what happens to her later. Let's see. So we have... There should also be those swing trunks here. Yep, over there. Why anyone will wear these in the battlefield is a mystery. Okay.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Now that she's naked, we can do a photo shoot. But first we need to get the affinity up again.
You can do this.
See, thanks.
You can do this.
See, thanks.
Don't die on me.
Yeah, I am alright.
For now.
Don't die on me.
Yeah, I am alright.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
You can do this.
Use that one.
Thanks.
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
Good luck. Peace.
Peace.
I like it.
I am so happy.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Impressive.
What? No way.
You can sort of check if she's maxed with the camera. She says the same thing.
I never
No.
look good in photos.
Not yet. She's not saying it yet.
I like it.
Thanks.
What's missing?
Impressive.
What? No way.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Good work.
Yeah!
Good work taking off your clothes.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, come on, what's missing?
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
You good now?
I feel a little awkward.
Yeah. So when she's maxed out, also unlocks a couple more new poses, going through all the camera stuff.
I feel a little awkward.
You maybe turn. I don't know why she's not following. You can give her a little tap. There you go.
I feel a little awkward.
There's the bomb disposal special
I feel a little awkward.
at some point. The bomb inspection special.
I feel a little awkward.
There it is. Any C4 in here? There is a bomb in Lasagna. Maybe not yet.
I feel a
Is that her
little
last one? Maybe, yeah. What is going on with her ass when she does it? It's like weird. This is Kojima approved, Kojima inspired, and Kojima. I'm pretty sure.
I feel a little awkward.
I'm pretty sure this is how you're supposed to do it. Too bad we don't have the song in the iPod or the Walkman right now. Too much MGS4 iPod. I also don't have. I can't get her to follow me. Shit, I forgot to change the message. It's okay, we got the Spin Trunks, which means I guess that's it for now.
Box time.
Yeah! Room for one more?
Aha.
I feel a little awkward.
A fist size break of C4, yeah. There's more stuff you can do with her if you have some battle cries and some equipment and some stuff unlocked.
What? Again?
It's funny. We took away his prosthetic and did a full body check. We even increased the guard.
You think you had help?
Impossible. Anyway, I'm adding a new mission. Locate and recover Zadornov.
Oh, shit. Meanwhile, while Snake was distracted by Paz, the doorknob escaped. Go figure. Hold on, because now we got the swim trunk. So we gotta... I mean, that's where you're supposed to use it, right? At the beach.
How's Paz doing?
He's still recovering from getting beaten to near death.
I love the beach.
There you go. Night vision goggles at the beach. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna work too well because Let's see. This freaking menu.
Form on me.
Maybe. It could work too. I'll put that.
Follow me.
Now she's just gonna run away as soon as she notices.
What are you doing like that?
Block the exit.
Good luck.
Did you come here to swim? Stay away from me!
I'm getting mixed signals here, Paz.
God, quite a body.
That's a dead end.
Do not come any closer.
Oh no. Oh no.
Sorry, I just...
Stay away. I am not really comfortable with this. What are you doing like that?
He was fine in the box.
Did you come here to swim? It is too dangerous. Stay away from me.
Not bad.
God, quite a body.
Oh god. Now she's not tripping while she runs. Okay. She stops. Strangely, this doesn't lower the affinity.
You are going to take a picture of me?
It'll take her a second to notice.
Do not come any closer.
You can also chase her out. Put her in there. No, go that way. This is staying on PSP. Sure. You're just about 15 years too late. 14 maybe.
Boss, I'm sorry. Don't walk away. Boss!
Amazing. Every single word of what you just said is wrong. Okay. I don't know, I'm getting mixed signals here. Alright, we'll do one last thing that I couldn't do earlier. Well, I kind of wanted to do when she still had her clothes on, but she just takes her clothes off too quickly sometimes.
Tuxedo.
Maybe if I get a lower rank, we'll reset it. I think that's how it works. Let's see if I just do this.
Yeah.
Did she just follow from... Okay, cool. Oh, how the tables have turned. How the turntables. She should trip when she runs around for a while. And then she has this animation where she adjusts her skirt or something. I guess you could just look at her getting sand off her knees or something. I don't know, it just looks a little bit better when she still has a skirt on. I wonder if you just kick her in the face when she does that. I guess it's every certain amount of steps. That maybe it has to be consecutive. Fucked him. Really? Maybe it resets when she stops. He's not falling anymore. Oh, there we go. Quickly. That was an accident.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Of course, Kaz a snake fight in the shower. There's a whole radio drama and tape about it. Hold on, I think if I piss her off a little bit...
Follow me.
No!
Yeah, she refuses to follow.
Follow me.
No!
She has all these little animations. She's pissed, looking away. Let's see, piss her off some more.
Follow me.
No!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
So now you'll follow me, right?
Follow me.
No!
What? Yeah, it's not enough. One apology is not enough to make up for all the shit that I did to her.
Creep!
Wait!
Fine, then I'll just go on a date with Kaz instead. Actually, no, we can't do it on this save yet. That's like one of the very last, like the very last or the second last mission you unlock. You have to do everything to go on a date with Kaz. And then it gives you the secret tape between Zero and Kaz and Zero, the phone call. So you go on a date with him, and then he immediately betrays you. What else did I want to do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to Mother Base for a second. Because once you get an S rank with Paz and she takes her clothes off, of course it also changes here. But more importantly, she's not the only one who does that. Now, every female character is naked. They all have bikini models because there were supposed to be dates with all of them originally before they, I don't know if they ran out of space on the UMD or what, but now they all, of course, they all have a bikini model. Where's Amanda? Why can't we see Miller here? Damn it! Because he most definitely also has a speedo model, but or Huey. Where the fuck is Amanda? Imagine being able to sort by name. This unheard of feature in the Fox engine. It cannot be done. At least Amanda has sports bra on. She's a little more respectable. He's in her 30s. Strange love. Probably Amanda too, actually. Damn it, where's the bikini model of Huey? There's probably some source of it somewhere, yeah. Now let me test something. Because I think you can get her to put her clothes back on if you go and get a lower rank. Let's see. So we'll do a quickie, basically. Just go there and disappoint her. Alright, let's make this quick.
Room for one more? Over already?
Zero affinity, C rank. Okay, let's see if that worked. Maybe I need to do the mission again to see it. Okay. There we go. Well, if you disappoint her, she'll put her clothes back on. Sounds right. Sounds about right.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let's see what it looks like. That was quick. Maybe it's random. Okay. Wait.
Huh?
Sorry.
Room for one more?
The fuck this. No. That worked.
Over already?
Almost destroyed the box. If you don't have the box, you simply cannot complete this mission. You can't complete the date missions without the box. It's the only way, I think. Okay, let's see if... the ad. Nice. Okay, maybe now they'll have their clothes back on. Okay. Okay. She tells everybody to put their clothes back on. Because Snake disappointed her. Okay, that's how it works. Didn't Snake take this ID card? Maybe he gave her back the ID card. Nice. Alright, let's go find the doorknob again. A little silly music that plays when he's missing.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Stealth.
Find Zadornov.
Oh, this is the
and
quick
bring
one.
him back here with Fulton
It
Recovery.
should be nearby. You start like here. Yep, there he is.
Down.
Try using Fulton Recovery on him.
Maybe with enough tranquilizer, he won't escape anymore.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
I see you completed your mission.
Mission complete. Great job.
Kaz, I caught Zadornov.
Impossible. I thought I'd made it. Acknowledged and appreciated.
I think we're getting pretty close to switching saves. Because the only thing left to do on this save would be grinding for the second ending. So Intel team like level 40 or something, and then the Zeke parts I think we got, and then all the Zadornov missions. It's really not that bad. Well, no, after you get the Intel team level 4, you gotta start making the what is it, the living quarters level up, and that takes quite a few missions too. And this is Zeke in its basic form. Yeah, AI is looking pretty bad. Oh yeah, we still have the EVA tapes. Alright, fuck, let's get those EVA tapes out of the way. Yeah, I guess let's just check everybody's tapes again real quick. Oh yeah, oh this one. Yeah, good thing we checked.
You know, Snake, you're right. As long as we're soldiers without borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different
We need our own
conflicts as we roam
detergent.
the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads. Wanderers, what we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
There's Chico
Snake,
ruining the thing.
You got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean?
He gave the
People
press a bunch
casually
of photos.
fucking up the whole
Says they
country.
prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the Chrysalis.
Kaz, this is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of a country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think that true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
But Grenada's right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
I don't know. Does a level 40 FOB even give you 27 minutes? I think they give you much less time than that. All this good gameplay stuff here. So, Paz, how was the date? Oh shit, don't tell Chico about it.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Whoa, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like
Why don't you try bringing a box?
talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right. I gotta say, I'm surprised you helped us arm Metal Gear with nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about this? They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Nah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now.
Yeah, Big Boss would never use nukes. Nuclear terrorism.
Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
Interesting. Maybe I should try it.
But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagreed. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing, threats are multiplying. The US and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before, and the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration thanks to Cold War competition? Fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream, but good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand.
Oh, that's right, we didn't do... Fuck it, we gotta do this one at least.
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You've been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So
Monsieur
he's brought in some
Miller.
wine instead. And then he gave me
Monsieur
a
Miller.
bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
Ugh, I cannot
Monsieur
believe this.
Miller.
What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
Ugh, you sound just like Monsieur
Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, as long as it gets the job done. You people are such culinary savages. Allez to vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Monsieur Miller.
Some of these are pretty good too. We didn't do this one. She's sober now.
How are you enjoying Mother Base so far?
It is wonderful.
Good to hear. I was worried someone as cultured as you would find the plant a little uncouth.
Uncouth? You've got albatross, and frigate birds, and terns, and tropic birds. Seabirds I have never had a chance to see in France.
Oh, well, great.
I'm sorry. I know I should not spend all day chasing birds. Is there anything I can help with?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure what I could ask you to do.
Well, I'm certainly not cut out to shoot a gun.
Cecile, where'd you learn to move through the forest like that? The birds weren't scared of you at all.
Becoming one with the forest is the very essence of bird watching. They won't behave naturally if they sense a human nearby. And that can really affect your observations.
I see. Kind of like scouting then.
I am also good at spotting birds from a distance, tracking them based on the tiniest of clues, and being aware of my surroundings.
You're starting to sound even more like a scout.
The only way to find a bird is to think like a bird. Now, think you can find a place for me?
Yeah. How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walkers?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action in combat when given orders from a pilot. It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered,
launch a nuke.
Let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
Alright, let's get these out of the way, and then we can switch. Man, I haven't played this. Damn. Or that one. Yeah, these are all good. I should have played them earlier in the save, though.
Number of warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included?
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option?
Yeah, it's still
Unknown.
female 1,
The
female
president
2
is
here.
dead?
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States' nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Enter simulation date.
August 24th.
Location.
Selinoyarsk, USSR.
Mission.
Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist.
Who is the agent?
Your student. Your most beloved.
Acknowledged. Define current mission progress.
With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action.
I take the scientist away from the agent.
What for?
As a gift when I defect.
Why are you defecting?
To reform my special forces unit with my former comrades in arms.
No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country?
I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection.
Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you?
In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer.
And then you launched it.
Launched? The nuke? Me?
That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory.
Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My...
Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base.
Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist, and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau.
Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning.
Affirmative.
Your apprentice returns for the scientist.
I send him away.
He doesn't give up.
I send my comrades to defeat him.
All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with a new weapon. Now, what is your course of action?
I fight him.
Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away?
I must fight him.
I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too?
I've been waiting for a long time.
You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth.
Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you.
I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die.
How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person.
Kill me. Kill me now.
Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning.
One must die, and one must live.
Stop it, damn you! Discontinue! Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. I'll get it out of him. One way or another.
Yeah, this was way earlier in the game. Whoops. This one is literally just a copy and paste. Actually, it's not a copy and paste. It's a re-recording of the MGS3 ending briefing. Except with the worst voice acting, so I'm not going to play it. And we'll do these. We might actually switch in the middle of these, 'cause I think Dog will be back soon.
Hello, Snake.
This is basically, do you not feel bad about the boss yet? Here you go. But also, this is why she had to kill the Sorrow and disappear and blah blah blah, all that stuff. Wait, have you felt bad about the boss in the last 30 seconds? No? Well then, listen.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need
Well,
to
maybe
tell
don't
you.
get here at the end of the
You
12
saw
hours.
the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for